to the head that carried this country like a crown, reaching out for its greatness, hands locked in conviction, the conviction that drew unity on a map with affection and dear diversity to come, nurtured our collective dreams, renewed Nigeria and called it ours. The conviction that birthed structures, preventing human bodies from convulsing the ground, like the Wuse General Hospital, National Eye Center Kaduna, the Able Presidential Villa, home of bags like CBN headquarters of Abuja, National Intelligence Agency, FEPA headquarters, the Abuja to Kano Way, an escape route from potholes, completion of the third mainland bridge, and lots more into reality. This man with a big heart in a land of virtue, the pride of Sahel on a God's own state, a man of confluence. These are not just slogans, but the traits of a man who do not understand limits, just like we do not understand God. Nigerians, bask with me as I join the sun in celebration of another gifted heart of the universe, a strength placed in power, moving the world to a blazing pasture, a therapeutic dust bearing all shades of greatness, a man who carried a country at heart to a war zone and had warriors cradling at his feet. General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. Boldness, even boundary no fit stop him. Gabade General Babangida, Babangida Nigeria, Babangida Samania, daga jin sunan shi kasan gwani ne, Rabbi ya kero mana shi ba alfahari bane, mun gode da kyautar Abuja, da kasar mu ba abar ja bace, Babangidan zamani, Allah ya ja zamani. The man who placed Kogi, Osun, Yola, and 6 other states on nothing and a country stood. Now that 81 is a prayer point, with God embedded in you, we pray that He becomes your strength in health through the remaining days of your life.
Announcing the arrival of the chairman of the occasion, His Excellency, the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his lovely wife. We also would like to announce the arrival of the chief host, the FCT Minister. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful day in Abuja for such a celebration as this. We welcome you all to this exciting occasion of the IBB Legacy Dialogue, which has been organized by the Ibrahim and Mariam Babangida Presidential Library. It is a momentous occasion where we discuss Nigeria and all the things related to Africa, using Nigeria as a crutch. It's time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for us to put our money where our mouth is. Excellencies, distinguished personalities here gathered, friends, family, and stakeholders, I'd like us at this point to rise. And I believe that the media is ready. And where is Lani? Lani, where are you? Media, ready? Ladies and gentlemen, get to meet the person beside you. There's a gentleman expected to do the national anthem. And if he's not here, I've asked that we check with media. If they have it, we rise and salute our nation. It's good to know that there's a platform where you can talk about the solutions for for the many challenges. Please rise for the national anthem.
You may please have your seats. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This is the Ibrahim, Badamasi, Babangida Legacy Dialogue. My name is Dominic E. Obozua. With great honor, I'd like to introduce the compare for today. She's one of Nigeria's frontline broadcast journalists, winning several awards in the field, including the prestigious NMMA Best Newscaster of the Year in 1995. She's one of Nigeria's most recognizable faces. She anchored the entail flagship network news for 17 years and retired from active public service at the top of her career as Executive Director, Programs, having served meritoriously for 34 years. I thought you would give a round of applause for that, please. A multimedia strategist, media consultant, columnist, and author, she's a much sought after compare at home and abroad, and was the compare at the inauguration of President Yaradua and President Jonathan after. She also compares the inaugural dinner of President Muhammadu Buhari. She's considered one of Nigeria's finest. With another round of applause, please. Please make welcome the extremely distinguished Mrs. Eugenia Abu. I am honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Your Excellencies, former presidents, former heads of state, Your Excellency, the man of the moment, former President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, in whose honor all of this has been put together. Your Excellencies, governors here present, the chief host of this occasion, the FCT Minister, and members of the National Assembly. We have held our breath to this moment where I will run through the rest of the protocol, but I'd like you to give a warm Abuja welcome to the very distinguished and the very respected chairman of this occasion, former Vice President Namadi Sambo. He's here with his lovely wife, a sight for sore eyes. Hajia, you're welcome. It's always good to see you. You didn't clap for Hajia. We should clap for her. Members of the Federal Executive Council here present, former ministers, political party heads, presidential and vice presidential candidates here present, heads of international organizations, heads of government and extra-ministerial departments, the convener, Her Excellency Irilu Aisha Babangida, who has gathered us all here together. Her siblings, and I saw them both, Moha is somewhere in the room. It's good to see you, and his brother is also here. All the beautiful children of the former president have arrived here to attend to a matter of legacy, and we're very pleased that they could make it to join us today. Members of the diplomatic corps here present, our speakers, especially our very deeply respected keynote speaker, our very engaging and cerebral panelists that are here, our virtual audience that have joined us, my lords, spiritual and temporal, members of the fourth estate of the realm, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this absolutely exciting IBB Legacy Dialogue, where we get to talk about Nigeria, and talk about Nigeria in those tones that Nigerians are not used to, in measured and respectful tones. This is a peaceful organization. The Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida Legacy Dialogue, otherwise aptly titled the IBB Legacy Dialogue, is an important platform for discourse on the trajectory of the African continent. Part of its mandate is to analyze policies within the African continent, discuss development optics, discuss democracy, and profile solutions to address the challenges within the continent. This dialogue, in honor of former President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, who recently turned a year older, speaks to the character of the man whose legacy is deepened and extrapolated by the IBB dialogue, which started last year when he turned 80. From his hilltop residence in Minna, former President Babangida still watches, still listens, and still holds court. The International Conference Center, where we are all gathered today, speaks to the eloquence of his legacy. Abuja as a city speaks to his vision, and women rising above the smoke of violence, politics, and worthy partnerships in governance speaks to his interest in issues of women, as was driven by his late wife, the elegant and most respected First Lady, Her Excellency, Mrs. Mariam Babangida. We congratulate our celebrant. Thank you, you may clap. I think it's worthy to clap. We remember her with fondness. We remember her with fondness. We congratulate our celebrant. We're grateful to him for this platform gifted to all of Africa. This year's dialogue is anchored on the upcoming 2023 elections in Nigeria, on security and inclusive democracy in Africa, among other things. This then is why we are gathered, to provide a platform for cerebral discourse in a peaceful atmosphere, in measured tones of maturity. Africa needs a discourse such as this to shine a torch on leadership and policy, discuss the Nigerian experience, and project the importance of individual accountability for how African nations proceed. To have a worthy set of children is one of man and woman's greatest legacy. And what an honor for the former president to have a daughter such as Irilu, who decides to be the convener to deepen her father's legacy. Let's give a round of applause to the convener who has ensured that this continues to happen every year. We have a stellar cast of panelists, some of Nigeria's finest minds, and we have two moderators worthy of the assignment. Welcome to the IBB Legacy Dialogue Series, now an annual event. I'd like to salute and greet our virtual audience because they're very critical to the work that we're doing, those who couldn't make it here, and we thank them. Let me again reintroduce my co-anchor person, Dominic Obozwa, to introduce our next guest. We are set. I know you are all ears. We thank you for coming, and we wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much. Dominic?
Thank you very much, ma'am. How do I introduce this amazing woman? Her Excellency Aisha Babangida is a powerful convener of successful collaborative processes in leadership, development, and negotiations. She plays roles as a champion, shaper of issues, and a great unifier. She serves as the public face of the Ibrahim, Badamasi, Babangida Legacy Dialogue, the Mothers of Nation Initiative, and Female Entrepreneurship Development in Nigeria and Africa. Aisha serves as the conscience of the community she serves. She's the founder of Equafin Microfinance Bank, Women Enterprise Alliance, as well as the chairperson of the Better Life Program for African rural women. Aisha Babangida is a humanitarian leader with a demonstrated history of working with philanthropy and helping the undeserved. With a round of applause, with a standing ovation, please, I would like us to welcome Her Excellency Aisha Babangida. Please, with a standing ovation, please, let's welcome her. Thank you very much. Please keep clapping until she gets here. It's an honor, ma. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, there's somebody has tampered with my speech. I can't find number one. But anyway, thank you very much and welcome. Good morning, everybody. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all and to appreciate you. I know that some have come a long way, but this is really special to us. My father, my siblings are here, my aunties, my uncle is here as well. This gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all. But what is special is that this presidential library, the Ibrahim Badamasi Presidential Library, it was actually Ibrahim Badamasi Presidential Library, but we thought that there can be a President Babangida without a Mariam Babangida. There can be a Mariam Babangida without a President Babangida. So we thought to merge them, and that is why we call it the Ibrahim and Mariam Babangida Presidential Library and Foundation. And the works of this library gave birth to the Ibrahim Babangida Legacy Dialogue. And this legacy dialogue is very important to have discussions, address issues, in finding solutions to issues that are very important in Nigeria. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all here. Today is an opportunity to build on the success of last year's maiden edition of the Ibrahim Babangida Legacy Dialogue and to take forward issues discussed there. But more than that, it is an opportunity to build on the wider legacy of progress towards democracy in our great nation. As we consider the pressing issues in Africa's democratic journey. So I'd like to thank you all, each and every one of you. He's a VIP and a very special person in our hearts. So thank you so much for making the effort to be here. And everyone involved in the organization of the event for helping to make it happen. I would like to especially thank our chief host, the Honorable Minister, Malam Mohammed Musa Bello, who graciously granted the foundation the use of this beautiful and magnificent edifice built by our president, Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, to host this year's dialogue. We are eternally grateful. And to my dear father, our dear father, the chairman of the occasion, His Excellency Architect Mohammed Namadi Sambo, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, thank you so much for showing us love, for showing us support, and for gracing this occasion Every time we call on you to do anything in the family and anything to do with my father, you're always there. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And he comes with this beautiful, beautiful human being, his beautiful wife, Her Excellency Haja Amina Namadi Sambo, who is a mother to all, a mother to a nation as well. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion, and may God continue to strengthen you. And my love and appreciation goes out to every single person here today, as you're all very important, as I said, and part of our extended family. To my family and my aunties and my uncle, thank you very much. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Professor Ibrahim, as well as esteemed compare and the moderators. And of course, our excellent respondents who bring knowledge, expertise from a wide range of spheres. And in bringing about a wide range of spheres with art, the law, humanitarian, politics. They are an incredible group of human beings, and we're grateful for them for being here. Last but not least, I would like to welcome the presidential candidates and their vice presidents in attendance. They're all here. There is no calling more noble or weighty than the leadership of a great nation. And whoever ultimately takes on that great mantle, our respect and gratitude goes to that person. And hoping that you put, what is very important here for you, the presidential candidate, is that you step up. You step up and put yourselves forward for such an office. Please permit us to give them a resounding round of applause. It is a dear hope of mine that next year's election will not only bring or give us the president and the vice president Nigeria deserves, but also the political contest we deserve. One that inspires our young people to see politics as a noble calling, so that the best and the brightest of our young people will commit themselves to public service. That way, in 2027, and in 2031 and beyond, the caliber of candidates will be, if anything, even greater. All thanks to the dedicated efforts of those who take responsibility here and now. The sad fact is that too many of our countrymen and women are cynical about politics and about the whole process. Nigerians have experienced many frustrations in the decades since we won our independence. The path to full democracy has been a slow and uneven one. We all know that we are not there yet. Patriotic leaders like my father have played their part in keeping our country together and in bringing about the stability and the rule of law required for economic growth and human flourishing. But of course, it would be an understatement to say that not all of our leaders have served us well. Even since the advent of the Fourth Republic in 1999, the history of democracy in Nigeria has been a checkered one. So it is natural that Nigerians are wary at election time. But it is also important that we do not give in to cynicism. The 2022 electoral bill has been an important step forward, and I hope it'll give voters great confidence in the conduct of the electoral process. It is important that the elections are not only free and fair, but seen to be free and fair. So transparency is a key principle, along with the integrity and independence of electoral officers, and of course, the judiciary. A strong and independent judiciary is as essential as to democracy as elections themselves, because it is only when voters have faith in the rule of law that they will participate enthusiastically in elections and trust the results. Naturally, There are also concerns about the monetization of the electoral process, because it is important that nobody is able to buy votes or steal an election. But what we must remember, that majority of those who enter politics, whichever party they are motivated by public service and a desire to shape a better future for Nigeria. And of course, it is also the purpose of today's dialogue. There are many wise men and women gathered here today, brought together by the gravitas of one of the wisest heads of all, President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. So this is an opportunity to share some of that wisdom and to educate and inspire a new generation of leaders for our country. Next year's election campaign is a time for party politics. Now is a time for unity, for national togetherness, a time to forgive and forget the quarrels of the past, and to focus on the solutions for the future. In that spirit, I am delighted to welcome you all and to thank you once again for taking part. I look forward to what is sure to be an enlightening and inspirational day of dialogue. Thank you very much.
Her Excellency Erelu Aisha Babangida, who, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the various meetings we had, she had opted not to speak. So we convinced her that as convener, she does need to say something. And as convener, didn't she just do extremely beautifully well in setting the tone? Let's give her another round of applause. Do permit me, this is an intellectual dialogue, but we are community people. And I would like at this point to say what a great job Her Excellency Mrs. Mariam Babangida did. Her children, very self-effacing, very respectful. Her Excellency Aisha Babangida, Mohammed Babangida in the room. I don't see Halima, but I'm sure that her thoughts are with us here. Aminu Babangida is in the room. I've seen him. It's wonderful to have children who can keep your legacy. I'd also like to ask family members in the room to be upstanding so that we can see you. Family members, I did see Haja Jumai Sambo in the room somewhere. Haja Jumai Sambo, where are you? There she is, the lovely sister of the lovely Mrs. Babangida. Absolutely beautiful. Wonderful to see you as always. We're very pleased to be gathered to look crucially at our continent and how much better we can do. And I don't think that it could have been put any better than Her Excellency Aisha Babangida has done, to salute vice presidential candidates and their principals, presidential candidates, whoever has joined us today, because she did say that it's one of the greatest courageous things to do, to put yourself forward for your nation. It is incredibly wonderful to have them also be in this room today. I always refer to him as my brother, the chief keeper of a beautiful city, one of Africa's fastest rising capitals, and continues to be in quantum. Abuja's chief keeper, who is here with us today, whose job it is to take care of the FCT, is here, and we're very pleased that he is able to make it. Again, we thank the FCT Minister for being here. Let me introduce a man very much after my heart, a man whose profession is that of ensuring that cities are well built and well kept. And that man is our chairman today. I'd like to re-salute you, sir, because as an architect, you understand what it's like to keep Abuja going. We welcome you and we thank you for joining us. A round of applause for our chair. I return to Abuja's chief keeper, our chief host, and I call him landlord and holder of our FCT dreams. Permit me to welcome to the podium our chief host this morning, the Minister of the FCT, Muhammad Musa Bello.
The chairman of the occasion, Your Excellency Architect Mohammed Namadi Sambo, GCON, former Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, the distinguished senators present here and all members of the National Assembly, former ministers, former public officers, captains of industry, elder statesmen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Convener, Her Excellency Aisha Babangida, the keynote speaker, Professor Ibrahim, other community leaders, moderators, panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the residents of the city of Abuja and the entire citizens of the Federal Capital Territory, I bring you warm greetings of the administration on this auspicious occasion of the 2022 Ibrahim Badamasi and Mariam Babangida Legacy Dialogue, which has as its theme issues in Africa's democratic journey. I welcome to Abuja all who have traveled from outside the Federal Capital Territory this important convergence. I hope you have a pleasant and memorable stay in our beautiful capital city. Permit me also to begin by congratulating the Ibrahim and Mariam Babangida Presidential Library and Her Excellency, the convener, Aisha Babangida, of the Ibrahim Babangida Legacy Dialogue for instituting this think tank that is dedicated to the social, economic, and political development of not only Nigeria, but the African continent as a whole. The theme of this year's gathering is germane and could not have come at a better time than now, especially as we prepare in earnest for the forthcoming 2023 general elections. The entrenchment of democracy and democratic values, which have made governments more responsible and accountable to the people, have ultimately led to a better standard of life for citizens across the continent and Nigeria especially. It is therefore imperative that governments and people across the continent work hard to sustain the demands for democratic governance across the entire African continent. In Nigeria, the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, building on a foundation laid by past leaders, including President Ibrahim Babangida, has further entrenched our democratic values. Ladies and gentlemen, the signing into law of the Electoral Act 2022 by President Muhammadu Buhari has far-reaching positive outcomes that will also strengthen the confidence of citizens in our electoral processes, leading ultimately to a more stable polity. It must, however, be mentioned that the responsibility of ensuring a free, fair, and credible election does not lie with the government alone. Citizens also have a role to play in all of this by committing themselves to a peaceful electoral process devoid of rancor and violence, and by being vigilant and complying with all the extant rules and regulations covering the entire process. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the FCT, the Federal Capital Territory, which is built on the foundation of unity and indivisibility of our nation, saw one of its most exponential growth periods during the tenure of President Ibrahim Babangida. With the construction of some of its most iconic landmarks, including, of course, the International Conference Center, where we are all currently seated. For this and many other reasons, we will continue to build on his legacy and those of the founding fathers of the Federal Capital Territory and other patriotic Nigerians who dreamt of a great nation and worked very hard to see it become a reality. As we look forward to an enlightening and enriching session from our distinguished resource persons and our very distinguished guest speaker, it is my sincere hope that this dialogue will come up with implementable solutions to issues brought up therein. It is on this note that I once more welcome you all to Abuja, our city of unity, and wish you all a rewarding summit. Thank you.
Our chief host has spoken, and some of the most profound things he has said this morning include building on the foundation of former leaders. Again, that is a challenge that seems to be an African challenge. That means that when somebody has put in iconic landmarks, that person deserves some respect of continuity. Indeed, the Minister of the FCT has also said it is our duty to ensure that we have a peaceful electoral process, and went on, of course, to celebrate the FCT, which Abuja started by the man whom we celebrate today in this IBP Legacy Dialogue, and the FCT minister describes his work as providing some of Abuja's most iconic landmarks. We'd like to thank the FCT minister, who is chief host today, for that insightful paper that he delivered. And when somebody gives an insightful paper, what is good to do is to celebrate him again. The FCT minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed. Would like at this point to invite to the podium. It is my singular honor and respectful place to bring to the podium the chairman of this occasion, His Excellency, former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Vice President Namadi Sambo, GCON. Give him a warm Abuja welcome. My singular honor and pleasure, sir.
Thank you very much. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, GCFR, our father, President Goodluck Jonathan, whom I understand is with us virtually, former presidents, our chief host, Malam Mohammed Musa Bello, and my dear wife, Haja Amina. The convener, Aisha Babangida, Mohammed Babangida, Aminu, and all members of the family. Honorable ministers, especially recognize you, Bikabiru Turaki, Idris Umar, Bashir Yuguda, and the young ladies ministers that are with us this morning. The presidential and vice presidential candidates of various parties here present, the speaker of today, Professor Ibrahim, members of the National and State Houses of Assembly, our elders and friends here present. I want to especially recognize Halia Jumai. You are welcome. Members of the press, members of the security agencies. I will beg to stand on the existing protocol. It is with esteemed gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that I stand today as the chairman of this auspicious event in honor of a great nationalist and patriot, our father and leader, former President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, GCFR, whose military service to Nigeria remains both indelible and historic. It is indeed gratifying to be celebrated when one is still alive. It is one of the many favors of our Creator we dare not deny. This year's Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida Legacy Dialogue, put together by the Ibrahim and Mariam Babangida Presidential Library Foundation with a broad theme, Issues in Africa's Democratic Journey, which is unique and apt for several reasons, especially ahead of yet another electioneering process scheduled to hold next year in Nigeria. The major focus in today's dialogue are critical issues arising from strategic changes in the 2022 Electoral Act, monetization of electoral process, the conduct of free and fair election vis-a-vis the current security challenges, among other germane issues. The uniqueness of today's event is very significant. From the selection of our keynote speaker to the panel of discussion segment and the audience format providing for both physical and virtual presentation with live transmission in television and internet streaming for local and global audience. I believe this will provide for inclusive participation that will further enrich the conversations and perspective opinions on the issue in Africa's democratic journey. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, while I don't intend to preempt the presentation of our erudite speaker and panelist of today's dialogue, I have no doubt in my mind that political stability in Nigeria's democracy is as strategic as stability in Africa's democratic journey. Since the return of democratic rule in Nigeria in 1999, we have witnessed 6 successful elections, which is a clear indication of how acceptable democracy has become as the best method of governance in our dear country. Our democratic institutions continue to be strengthened, while more Nigerians have continued to participate in the process, either seeking to lead or as active participants to elect their leaders at various levels of leadership. It is indeed exciting to note how several African countries have stabilized the process of elections on the continent. In December 2020, I led a 90-member delegation of the ECOWAS Community of West African States, ECOWAS, observer mission to Niger Republic, to observe its presidential and parliamentary elections. And I'm pleased to inform you that the outcome of the elections were not only impressive, but clear departure from the sit-tight syndrome of some of our past African leaders who never want to cede power through democratic process. Similarly, recent elections in Kenya and some parts of Africa are also established evidences of our democratic journey as a continent and how democracy is taking firm roots in Africa, but not without peculiar challenges. As we approach the critical stage toward the 2023 general election in Nigeria, it is important to use this opportunity to call on all political parties and indeed candidates and other key stakeholders to adopt issue-based campaigns. We must all shun the use of hate or foul language and mudsliding to avoid overheating the polity. A peaceful, free, and fair election next year will definitely mark yet another important milestone in our march towards sustainable democracy, peace, and development of our dear nation. While we encourage our people to actively get involved in the process by exercising constitutional rights, the election umpire, that is the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, should ensure adequate voter education and sufficient preparations for hitch-free elections. Next year, by the grace of Almighty Allah, we shall witness another transition from one democratically elected government to another, inshallah. Nigeria must continue to get it right as a positive example for other countries in West Africa and indeed beyond. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me use this opportunity to extend my warmest birthday wishes to our father, elder brother, and elder statesman, former President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, GCFR, on the occasion of his 81st birthday on the 17th of August, 2022. On behalf of my humble self, my family, associates, and indeed the entire audience of today's event, I pray that may Allah continue to strengthen and bless Your Excellency, sir, in good health and wisdom. Happy birthday, happy 81st birthday to one of the Nigeria's greatest leader. And to our late mother, Haja Mariam Badamasi Babangida, may I please request that we all stand up for a 1-minute silent prayer for her. We pray that Almighty Allah grant her Al-Jannah Firdaus. Amin. Summa Aman. Please be seated. Before I end this remark, let me urge our audience to pay rapt attention to the presentation of our erudite guest speaker, my brother, Professor Ibrahim, a great, experienced scholar and indeed our eminent panelists. I'm certain that they will bring to bear their wealth of experiences and different perspectives on the issues at stake. I also wish to thank the organizers of today's event, particularly Her Excellency Hajia Aisha Babangida, the Chief Executive Convener, for sustaining the legacies of one of Africa's foremost leaders over the past years. Congratulations for that. I congratulate the entire team for this commendable and sustained efforts. I thank you all for listening, and may God Almighty continue to bless us and bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Assalamu alaikum.
A chairman's worthy speech. High points further shape divergent views on the issue of African democracy. No foul language as we go forward to the election, in order that we do not overheat the polity. Indeed, the IBB Dialogue Series 2022 could not have found a better chair for this occasion. Our amiable, soft-spoken, likable former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Vice President Namadi Sambo, has delivered a worthy chairman's speech. Let's give him a round of applause. Before we bring up the next speaker, you would recall that Nigeria is under watch, as has already been established by the chairman of the occasion, for other nations to emulate. Indeed, we are that nation that is to other European countries what it would seem that some nations within Europe have become. And so when Nigeria sneezes, the rest of Africa catches cold. It is the reason for which, as a nation, we must step up our game continuously. And the IBB Legacy Dialogue Series is doing just that with the discourse which they have placed on the table. I do not wish to steal our chairman's thunder, who has spoken so very well of our keynote speaker, very carefully chosen to deliver what would be an iconic speech today. There has to be a measure of maturity. We cannot, as a people, constantly be shouting at each other as a way of looking at our challenges and preferring solutions. We must establish ourselves as people worthy of dialogue, which is the reason why the IBB Dialogue Series is here. You would recall, like I always say when I teach my students at the university, that indeed English may not be our language, but it is the language of governance. It is also the language of business, and across the world is what is used. And because it is so, sometimes we do really have to be careful when we speak about ethnicity, about religion, about politics, in measured tones, because the language anyway is not ours, and therefore we must deploy it appropriately. And in trying to deploy it, sometimes you can have tongue twisters, and that's what happened a while ago, when indeed I was to refer to our chief host speech as insightful, and we almost had inciting, and indeed what I meant, of course, was insightful. That language, as it is not ours, as Professor Jibril, an academic of repute, will note, can sometimes have words that can fall you down, and we must all be careful as we approach it. Today, we have a man who has conquered the language. Professor Jibril is an academic of note, and he will be doing the honors. But before then, may I invite Dominic to please come forward and help us bring to the podium the man who will be delivering this year's keynote speech. There you go.
Thank you, ma'am. To bring up our keynote speaker, I would like to invite Gimbia Larry Bonnet of the Ogoro Chiefdom. Is she here, please? A round of applause as she comes forward. Please keep clapping till she gets here. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor this morning to introduce to each and every distinguished guest here present a stellar gentleman, a global civil society leader, a most learned educator, profound researcher, and proficient writer. This erudite senior fellow with the Center of Democracy and Development has excelled in his field of endeavor, having begun with a Bachelor of Political Science at the Ahmadu Bello University, my alma mater, and culminating his studies in politics at the prestigious Institut des Études Politiques, Bordeaux, France. He has since served in various capacities in the academia, namely acting head of the Department of Political Science, Ahmadu Bello University, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Ahmadu Bello University, Associate Professor, Political Science, Ahmadu Bello University, and Research Professor at the Institute of Federalism, Fribourg, in Switzerland. He has executed roles such as being the founding Nigeria Country Director for Global Rights, the National Convener for the Citizens Forum for Constitutional Reform, the Chair, Global Call for Action Against Poverty, and Director of the Center for Democracy and Development. He has made immense contributions in regional electoral reform. He has championed advocacy for constitutional reform and facilitated the strengthening of civil society in Nigeria as we know it today. His literary works abound in refereed journals, and he has also sat on many an editorial board. A reputable consultant in the development space, he has spent upwards of 3 decades supporting institutions such as the Ministry of International Affairs, Ministry of Internal Affairs, the National Institute for Polity and Strategic Studies, the Institute of Security Studies here in Abuja, the Presidential Committee on the Northeast Initiative, the National Broadcasting Commission, the World Bank, UNDP, and DFID. Please kindly join me to welcome with a worthy applause the keynote speaker at the 2nd Annual IBB Legacy Dialogue, today, August 25, 2022, currently the Director, Center for Democracy and Development, Professor Ibrahim. You're welcome, sir.
Wow. Couldn't quite recognize myself in the citation, but I'm here and it's really a privilege as well as a pleasure to be here because democracy, as we all know, is the profound goal we want to get to. And to get there, we need to talk, we need to dialogue. First and foremost, the chairman of this occasion, Vice President Namadi Sambo, the chief host, Minister of the FCT, convener, and all other protocols as laid down by earlier speakers. I must confess, when I got a call to come and give this keynote address, I first thought it was a mistake when I was told what the occasion was for. And the reason I thought was a mistake is that every week I say what I think, and essentially for the last 40 years, much of my life has been in combating military dictatorship. What I told the person who called was that they should do their due diligence, look at what I've been writing and saying, and they may discover I'm not the appropriate person to give this address. The response I got was they've already done their due diligence and they wouldn't pick a keynote speaker without due diligence. And on the basis of that, I said, fine, I will come. And of course, the foundation bears full responsibility for everything I say wrong, and I take the credit for everything I say right. I think it is important in any political system to recognize people who have made major contributions to developing that political system. Certainly, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida has made a huge contribution to building Nigeria's political system. And it is appropriate that recognizing his contribution is done, and I'm particularly glad that this has become an annual event. Since this is a platform where I'm careful about what I say, because in real life I'm a very careless person, let me start with words of wisdom from Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, which he told Tell magazine in 1998. Anybody who heads a military government has subverted the wishes of the people. This is not from me, it's from General Babangida himself. You can guess, I'm not likely to differ profoundly from what he has said. I want to start by making two preliminary remarks that I think set the context for this occasion. The first has to do with the fact that the military ruled Nigeria for almost 30 years. The military has a culture, it has a style, it has an approach, and it has core principles. And when you are in charge of power for 30 years, those cultural attributes end up impacting on wider society. Precisely because of that, maybe we need to reflect on the distinction we make too easily between, on the one hand, the military, and the other, bloody civilians that we are. We need to question that dichotomy because of the cultural traits that have passed from one to the other. Looking back at our younger days, the presence of the military was very much in our ordinary lives, not just in the political and administrative life of the nation. As undergraduates in Ahmadu Bello University, the chairman of this occasion, myself, and a lot of others were very conscious about the frequency with which our mates went to military formations for social events. The best discos were in the mess. The most beautiful girls went there. And a lot of our colleagues had to learn to navigate in military society. Luckily, both the chairman of this occasion and myself were nice young men, and we never indulge in any of those things. That's a formal denial. But we knew everybody else indulged. And I think looking back at some of the things that happened in society, one of the things that struck me was this idea of applying starch to your clothes and pressing it so that the starch shows the ends very well. This is something we saw soldiers doing, and we all started doing that. The culture of social life, centralization of authority, intolerance of critique. All these are things that today characterize social and political life in this country. And 22 years into the Fourth Republic, it is very interesting when I look at my columns every week, the words I used to describe the military in the 80s and 90s are the same words I used to describe the political class today. They're very intolerant. They are not civil in their relations. They don't tolerate competition. They don't accept challenges. They resist democratic rules. These were the words I have in my career used against the military. And I was just flipping through my columns yesterday, and I saw the same words being used by me to describe a civilian political class. The point here is that 30 years has had an impact, and while we may not be very conscious of that impact, it is showing in our behavior, and behavior we know is always learned. This is, of course, a criticism of my own life as an intellectual, where I've always tried to make this distinction between dictatorial military on the one hand and civilian democrats on the other. The second preliminary point I want to make relates to the legacy of the person we all call IBB. Looking back over his regime, what strikes me today is the constant effort to identify and to use Nigerian expertise in addressing the governance challenges we face. Frankly speaking, it's difficult to find any regime in the history of this country that has used Nigeria's intellectuals as much as he did. One of those that comes to mind easily is Professor Ransom Kuti, who, in a very profound way, transformed our approach to health with a focus on preventive medicine, with a focus on grassroots, with a focus on inoculation and vaccination at the base, with a focus on health technology to ensure you reduce the quantum of people who get sick. These are today accepted as key or fundamental elements of health systems. But in 1986, it was revolutionary. The system it developed, if it had been sustained, would have created a health system that today we'll be all proud of. And it's interesting that after his service in government, he went to the World Health Organization and developed this. And if today this is a policy framework promoted by the World Health Organization is because that medical doctor was discovered, his talents recognized by the IBB regime, and he was given the opportunity to shine. The second point on this issue of recognizing talent has to do with getting our politics right, transmitting into Nigerians the culture of democracy. As a political scientist, I'm aware that the Political Bureau report 1986-87 remains the best analysis of the ills of Nigerian politics. In any case, a lot of the authors were my teachers and senior colleagues in the university. The transition program was designed not just to lead us to elections, but to lead us to a new approach to politics, where there is recognition that the cultural attributes of democracy must be transmitted to the practitioners if they are to succeed in practicing this system called democracy. Again, looking at my work, my weekly columns and frequent talks, it's quite interesting that the phrase I use most often is to say the Nigerian people believe in and search for democracy, but the political class does not believe in democracy and engages in behavior that are often profoundly anti-democratic. When the Center for Democratic Studies was set up in Abuja, it was really to try to distill what are those traits political class. I think a lot of effort was made towards that end. I think the general verdict of Nigerians is that at the end of the day, it did not succeed. And as we know, everything ended with the June 12 debacle. But I think looking back at our history and looking forward and at what we must do to deepen our democracy, it is important to bring back that debate on what are those cultural traits democracy practitioners must have. That debate is not ongoing. And what IBB tried to do was to make that debate a functional one by creating the conditions that will lead to its realization. The final issue I raise on this, my second preliminary remark, has to do with the fact that I think we all recognize that government does not work in this country. The ministries, departments, and agencies do not, for the most part, perform their statutory functions. We all know it, and we all live with that. Under IBB, however, there were questions posed. If government agencies and ministries are not working, how can we find structures that perform those duties? And I think a lot of efforts were made at that time. Institutions were established and agencies, DFRI, NDE, NALDA, MAMSA, that essentially were performing the work of the ministries of works, of agriculture, of industry, and of information. I think it is clear to us that these parallel agencies did not work because the core ministries were still there, and what you are doing is multiplying agencies with the same functions. And I think there's a consensus that that's not the way to go. My point here, however, is to say we need to pose the question IBB posed, which is to say these ministries are not working. What do we do? That question, I feel, is not being posed today. And part of the IBB legacy is to place in our minds and in our thought processes the important decision of asking ourselves whether we're asking the right questions. You can't get answers if you are not posing the right questions. You may pose the right questions and not get the right answer, but at least acknowledging that these are the questions that need to be addressed is an important step in getting a solution. I feel this question of posing the right questions, of finding the local intellectual sources to seek for the answers, is very key to the theme of our discussions today, which is Africa's democratic journey. Last year, I had the privilege of serving in a UNDP committee that was given a question how do we reinvent governance in Africa to serve the needs of the people? The team was led by a brilliant Nigerian, Ambassador Otobo, who unfortunately we lost 2 months ago. And what he did within the team was to say, when you are asked a question, you first interrogate that question. Is it the right question? Because if you don't interrogate the question, you may find out that you are engaged in a fruitless journey. And his key point was that, do we really need to reinvent democratic governance in Africa? Had we not done that in the period 1990 to 2000? And if we had done that in 1990 to 2000, why are we saying we want to reinvent it? So let's look at what did we do at the turn of the 21st century and take off from there. The year 2000 is, of course, very important in the journey of African democracy. African leaders met in Lomé, Togo in 2000, and took profound decisions. They said, Africa has been marked by political stagnation for too long. That political stagnation is due to the reality of power-hungry people on the continent who want to be in power throughout their lives, and many want to hand over power to their own children. The Lomé Declaration of 2000, signed by all African leaders, took the decision of zero tolerance to change of government by unconstitutional means. That we all have constitutions. These coups that have destroyed so much of Africa were all illegal by the constitutions of the countries themselves. So let's take the decision that we change our ways as African leaders. As part of that process, the transition was done from the from the Organization of African Unity to the African Union. And that was designed to signal a culture change. The culture change had to do with the question of how do you read sovereignty? Up till that point, African states have argued we are sovereign, so nobody in the world should come and tell us how to rule our countries. We'll do as we please. That's sovereignty. The African Union Declaration said no. Sovereignty is responsible governance. Sovereignty doesn't mean you can do anything. And we, as Africans, will set the stage. Sorry, can somebody give me a bit of hot water? We as Africans must set the stage to challenge ourselves. No hot water. You can get it from one of the tables. We as Africans must challenge ourselves. If somebody carries out a coup, thank you. No, that's fine. That's fine. If somebody carries out a coup, you should stop them. Sovereignty doesn't give them that right. Africa also decided to set up the African peer review mechanism, which is a way in which Africans assess their own governance. The idea of tenure elongation was banned by African leaders. But what happened subsequently? The same leaders who signed the Lomé Declaration and the Constitutive Act of the African Union turned around and started doing tenure elongation. And what we concluded in our report is that we don't need to reinvent anything. That our leaders had developed a value framework, and they are now diverting from the value system they set for themselves. Yeah, sorry. So the point is not to reinvent anything new, but to go back to those key institutions and declarations we took in the period 2000 to 2004 and make sure we implement them. I think one of the very worrying things as Nigerians is the gradual eclipse of Nigerians from that defense of African democratic governance. We all remember, was it 3 years ago, Alpha Conde decided to come and pay Salah homage to our president. Went to Daura and sat there for 4 days. The emir got worried and said maybe he's looking for a chieftaincy, so they gave him one. What was that for? It was to go back home and declare that he will change the constitution, and because he's only 80 years old, he still has long periods of rule ahead of him. Nigeria didn't say PIM because we are too polite. Contrast that with 2005, when Yadema died. and his son took over power. While the Constitution says the Speaker of Parliament steps in the absence of the President. What did Obasanjo do? Called Tanja, President Tanja, who was then the chair of ECOWAS. He went to Lomé and said, "Sit down, young man. This is a new Africa. The rules we set for ourselves matter. Step down. And if you want power, you can go and contest in an election." And he said, "Yes, sir," and stepped down. I remember I wrote very flowery tributes to President Tanja and President Obasanjo at that time. That was 2005. What happened 5 years later, 2010, Tanja's tenure, second term, has ended in Niger. Niger has just discovered crude oil. And he had this curious logic that with crude oil now, we can't trust anybody but him to conserve the resources of the nation. So he'll do tenure elongation and continue. What did Africa do? What did West Africa do? ECOWAS, for the first time in its history, took a bold decision and announced they no longer recognize Tanja as the president of Niger. The African Union followed suit. Mass demonstrations, Tanja had to be made to step aside. My point is that from 2000 to 2010, there were real efforts to live by the principles we had enunciated for ourselves. But since then, the downward trend accelerated. And by the end of last year, we've had 25 coups d'etats in 15 African countries. And that's where we are. The consequence, political instability is coming back, civil war is deepening, radical extremism is spreading. And increasingly, democratic governance, and in fact, all forms of governance are being challenged in many parts of Africa. And democratic regression has become the reality we live with. And the issue about democratic regression is that it's a global trend. We've all followed what has happened in the United States of America over the past 5 years, when the right to vote for many people are challenged because they are Black, where rules are changed. We've seen what's happened in the UK. British democracy is based on one principle: you must tell the truth to Parliament. And we have a Prime Minister in the UK that will daily lie to Parliament. What the challenge before us, therefore, is for each and every one of us to make efforts to continue this struggle for democratic consolidation based on a simple civic principle that democracy is really about citizenship, and power is exercised by governments on behalf of citizens, and that therefore those who exercise power are not the masters of the people, they are the servants of the people. I think somebody here thinks he owns that phrase, so I acknowledge. I'm a bit of a crisis speaking, so I will skip the last section, which is on the Nigerian democratic situation. I've seen the great panel that has been convened, and there's nothing I will say that they are not going to say. Thank you so much for your patience and understanding.
Please, another round of applause for Professor Ibrahim, our keynote speaker. Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, institutionalizing, strengthening, and sustaining our democratic structures, systems, and institutions is at the core of the IBB legacy dialogue, and the IBBC legacy particularly as we transition to 2023. We thank Professor Ibrahim for a very germane presentation. Please, another round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. We honor you. We also thank Her Excellency, Aisha Babangida, for being the engine behind this agent of national transformation, the Ibrahim and Miriam Babangida Presidential Library Foundation. A round of applause for her, please. And we're informed that Auntie Hadiza King is in the room, another sister to Her Excellency Miriam Babangida. Welcome, ma'am. We thank you very much for coming, and we honor you. To take us to the next session, I would like to invite Mrs. Eugenia Abu. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the chairman of this occasion, and his lovely wife, who is here with him. And I recall when he delivered his chairman's welcoming speech, he remembered always, as he does, to say, and my wife, who has come along with me. It's beautiful to see. The voices of women are rising. It's important to remember that that is part of the IBB Legacy Series going forward. There will be a gender agenda. We have gathered here, of course, today for the purpose of looking at how elections are conducted, what are the better ways to push them forward on the African continent, with a special note for the 2023 elections. For Nigeria, and Professor Jibril, as always, has doubled down into the issues that we need to pay more attention to as we make our journey to 2023. I can see many former governors in the room, can see distinguished heads of MDAs in the room. I did see former governor of Niger State, the chief servant is here. I also see Major Mustafa is here. I see the vice presidential candidate of Labour Party, is here. Distinguished members of the top table, including our very respected Senator representing Niger State. It's good to see you, ma'am. Former First Lady of Niger State, Bola Shagaya, is also in the room, and many other distinguished personalities who have dotted the landscape of such a beautiful event as we have today. Everybody is distinguished in their positions, personalities, and where they are sat. I want to thank you all on behalf of the organizers for making the time to stay as you join us to continue this journey and this discourse. Our conversations today are going to be led by a stellar cast of individuals whose role it is to help us continue to push the envelope. I've also seen the spokesperson of the PDP here, Senator Dino Melaye, and my colleague and distinguished personality, Honorable Abike Dabiri. But we will continue in the recognitions, as we cannot recognize everybody. Whoever my little eye sees, I will try to mention. But like I've mentioned earlier, everybody is very critical to this event and is very deeply and well recognized, and we welcome you all. As we were saying much earlier concerning the English language and how it is the language of business and the language of discourse and the language of governance, there are very few people in the world who have the gift of the gab. But we also have quite a number of intellectuals whose duty it is to speak to the issues when the time comes for us to discuss Nigeria in all its ramifications. And today, the IBB Legacy Dialogue Series has gathered some of the finest minds in the country. They will not be able to speak in those moments of candor and unflappable intellectual elevation without some of the finest moderators in the land. And so today we bring to you a gentleman who has been within the broadcast industry for a long time and knows his onions. Mr. Ladi Akeredoluale is a controller of current affairs at Channels Television. He takes charge of programming in this genre, particularly foreign affairs and sports. And talking about sports, I'm sure my little eyes saw the former Minister of Sports in the room with his red beret. There he is. Yes, he's there. And we were talking about Mr. Ladi Akeredoluale, who graduated from the University of Ilorin and the University of Lagos. He is an alumnus of Lagos Business School, Chief Executives Program, and he anchors the current affairs interview program, Newsnight, and flagship news at 10 on Channels Television. One of our distinguished moderators for today, please help me bring to the podium Mr. Ladi Akeredoluale. And as he makes his way to the podium, he's not alone. He's going to be seated amongst the fine stellar cast of panelists that we have today. And he will be introducing them along with his co-moderator, Mrs. Ngozi Aliagu, studied German at the University of Hamburg in Germany. She started her career by working with DBN. She thereafter moved to TVC, where she spent some years before resigning in August 2019. Alegu's transition to Arise TV happened in February of 2020. Alegu won the Television Newscaster of the Year award at the 2021 Nigerian Media Merit Award. Give a warm Abuja welcome to Ngozi. Yeah. And so this twosome will be engaging you for the next 45 minutes, 1 hour or so, with the panelists who have been very carefully chosen to discuss the issue of Nigeria, Africa, and the world. I would now like to hand the microphone over to Mr. Ladi Akeredoluale.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
They have a neck mic, so they are doing
Mine is
good.
working, and I hope yours is working too.
I believe so.
Do you want this? Do you want us to leave this behind as a backup? All right, there you go.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Great.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let us stand on the existing protocol. All our important invited guests and members of various political parties, distinguished stakeholders, members of the media, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome. As you've already been told, we won't waste your time. This is a panel discussion which is to highlight key aspects of the sub-theme under the general theme, issues in Africa's democracy, the journey so far. And in that regard, we have a distinguished panel. Ngozi, you want to start?
Yes, indeed. And like you said, the theme for this great event is Africa's democratic journey. But you can be sure that it will be narrowed down to Nigeria. I mean, you can't talk about Africa without talking about Nigeria. And since it really is the motherland, you know, our major concern, of course, is Nigeria. If we can get it right in Nigeria, you can be sure that the rest of Africa will have no choice but to follow suit. And our job is to moderate and find out from our panelists exactly what the way forward for Nigeria is. And that's what we're hoping can come out of this you know, panel discussion. So permit me to start reading out in alphabetical order. The first discussant, Ms. Adora Onyechere.
Please welcome her.
Please welcome her as she takes the stage. Thank you very much. And second discussant, Alhaji Al-Qasim Abdul Kader. Please put your hands together for them as they take the stage. Thank you very much. Ladi.
Indeed, we're also expected to be joined by Professor Epiphany Azinge. I've seen him already this morning. Please join us on stage here, as well as Eina Nwigwe. Most people would know him most recently for his role acting as our principal figure, General Ibrahim Babangida. Eina is here in person. Eina, you're welcome.
Ladi, could anybody better really have played that role? I mean, with the stature and everything.
It looks like it. Please.
Please take your seat. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And the next discussant is Benga Ogumefun, Mr. Benga Ogumefun. Please put your hands together for him as he takes the stage. And Kingsley Mogalo, Professor Kingsley Mogalo, please put your hands together for him also as he takes the podium. Great, Ladi, over to you now.
Professor Ladi Hamalai, please join us. Professor Hamalai is a veteran educationist, former director of the Nigerian Institute of Legal and Democratic Studies. And then we have Dr. Musa Babayo as well to join us. I think you have the...
Right, I have the next two. Let me bring to you Professor Ikechukwu. Please put your hands together for him. You know, it will really help if we hear the loud applause. Thank you very much. Professor Ikechukwu and Mr. Olusoji Adeniyi. Please put your hands together for all our panelists this beautiful afternoon. And there's no better, you know, group of panelists or set of panelists than we have lawyers, we have people with, you know,
jurists,
background in finance, in banking, who will actually not just reel out the problems that, you know, Nigeria has faced in over 5-6 decades, actually. But really, more importantly, is how do we chart a new course
for Nigeria? Will the solutions come out from this panel? We're looking forward to an exciting time with the panelists who are going to be discussing quite a number of issues, from the judiciary and democracy, of course, to economy, to gender inclusivity or inclusiveness, to the monetization of Nigeria's democratic process. That has been a recent challenge, growing trend in Nigeria, and we're going to try to find out exactly, why we're where we are and how we can, move forward as a nation. Thank you very much.
Allow me to also recognize one of our panelists, Mr. Soji Adini. Thank you so much for joining us. So we now have the full house.
Yes, indeed. We do have the full house. And you want to start?
Indeed. But before we start, perhaps we'll just like to inform our panelists of the pattern that this will go in order for us to manage our time most effectively. Each panelist will get to speak to a particular area of the sub-themes, and we'll get an initial 3 minutes to address that. And then when we've gone round, we will also give an additional 90 seconds for any further comments in respect of what perhaps another panelist had raised, or which another panelist might want to raise with respect to what has already been said, or in relation to a different subject other than that which you addressed at the opening remarks.
Yes, indeed. And Ladi, because the time is fast spent, we might not have 3 minutes for each, for their introductory remarks. Let's pin it down to 2 minutes, and then another minute for an additional comment. What do you think?
I already see some of the panelists chuckling. I don't know how well that will go, but we'll try.
We'll try. Yes, and like we cited earlier, 8 sub-themes for discussion for our panelists this afternoon, from issues arising from the 2022 electoral bill, the monetization of the electoral process, campaigning around issues and policies, internal security, and free and fair elections. Now that one is an issue that has been a source of concern for many Nigerians, both at home and abroad. How do we secure our country enough in a way that people will go out there come 2023 to cast their ballots? Also, democracy and basic freedom in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, one of the sub-themes. Judiciary, and I'm so glad we have Professor Epiphany Azinge here. He'll be hopefully addressing the issues of judiciary and the elections. And of course, another sub-theme is towards an inclusive democracy. Finally, voter education and citizens' participation in the electoral process. Because, hey, after all, what is democracy without citizens' participation? Nadi.
Indeed. And perhaps we should start with the sub-theme that perhaps relates to what many might refer to as the existential threat and the challenge that we face at the moment. And that's what has to do with internal security and ensuring that the free and fair election process takes place. In that regard, let me ask Alhaji Al-Kazim Abubakar, Abdul Qadri, I beg your pardon, to kick this panel discussion off.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Hello.
Please go on.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Is my mic?
Going here, I think.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Internal security and the 2023 elections. I would like to start by posing this question. If I were to ask everyone in this room, if you know one person that has been kidnapped in Nigeria, I'm sure almost all the hands in this hall will be up. Am I right?
Yes. I think you should ask.
Please, by a show of hand, if you know one person who has been kidnapped in Nigeria, please, I'd like you to raise your hands up.
if you know one person who has been kidnapped. As you can see around the hall, there's a plethora of hands up. What this means is that we are a nation in crisis. To further buttress how much of a crisis we're in, the Nigerian army at the moment operates in 34 states of the country. It means they have taken over the work of the Nigerian police, and they are the ones who are keeping law and order in several states of the country. Now, this does not spell well for us in terms of internal security. This does not spell well for the 2023 elections. What it means is that several of the population of the country will be disenfranchised from participating in the election. Not only will they be disenfranchised, it means that a lot of people now in Nigeria are unable to go about their lawful everyday activities. The journey to Kaduna takes just a little over 2 hours, but it's very difficult now to travel. A lot of people have to travel to Kano and go there by road. If you look at the map of Nigeria, the southeast is inundated by sit-at-homes on Mondays, by IPOB. In the north central and northwest, we have the issues with rural banditry. They have taken over large swaths of forest between Shiroro in Niger to Beningwari in Kaduna State, all the way to Zamfara, Katsina, and Kaduna State. When you go to the northeast, for the past 12 years, we have been fighting an asymmetrical warfare in that particular region, the northeast and Lake Chad region. So when you look at the map of Nigeria, you'll see that we are a country at war. Now, what are some of the issues that are causing this? We are yet to fine-tune a strategic security policy. We do not have a cohesive strategic security governance strategy to be able to deal with some of these issues. And why do I say that? If you look at the synergy between the various security arms, you'll discover that it is almost not there. The DSS is not cooperating with the army is not cooperating with the Air Force is not cooperating with the police, and so on and so forth. So this great synergy is lacking, and that's why we have some of these issues that we are faced with today. If you look at also security budgeting, defense budgeting, in the last 7 years, we have spent approximately 8 trillion naira in defense spending. That is a humongous amount of money. We have huge opacity in the security defense sector. We have corruption in this sector. We're unable to account for most of the monies that we have budgeted for security in Nigeria. If you do not budget right, if you do not ask the right questions, then it means we'll just be going round in circles. We'll just be throwing money at the solutions. We all have a social contract, whoever you are, whether you're a follower or you're a leader. To solve these issues, we must be very honest and accountable to our social contract. We must do the part that we have signed up to do. We must deliver, or else we'll keep on going round in circles.
Let me put you on pause.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Believe me, that was still 3.5 minutes. But I guess we'll extend that to everyone.
All right, since we've started off talking about security, let's dwell on it a little more. Professor Epiphany Azinga, I know you will address legal issues, judiciary and all of that, but I'm sure you have one or two things to say about the state of insecurity in Nigeria. We just heard from Alhaji Kasim there say, funding, budget is a major problem when it comes to this war against insecurity and executing the war against insecurity. But I recall just a few days ago, the running mate to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Kashim Shettima, said the major problem with insecurity is lack of adequate funding. But it depends on the figures you're looking at. Some actually say 19 trillion naira has been spent on executing this war against insecurity, at least in the last 5 or so years. What do you think are the fundamental issues? Prof.
Thank you very much. Good day, everybody. Well, budgeting is based on allocation made by the National Assembly. And to that extent, it could appear, I don't have all the facts, that a lot of budgetary allocation has been made to the military and the armed forces in this regard. What I think is that to that extent, government seem to have perfected their own part of action in that regard. What we seem to observe is the lack of political will in so many areas. One, the military seem to be demoralized. They are not up to it. And then, of course, the bandits or the terrorists seem to be holding sway in many regards. So to that extent, I wouldn't subscribe to the view that it is all about budgetary allocation, because we are yet to see the reality on ground to show that the much expended has been really, really judiciously utilized. In many regards, many people seem to be losing trust in the military in that regard. And to that extent, that also extends to the government of the day. So we urge that there should be real political will on the part of government to make sure that the issues of insecurity are properly addressed.
Anybody else wants to address the issue of insecurity, but not just insecurity as we face it in Nigeria, but with free and fair elections, because that is where the issues are now. Yeah.
Thank you. I just raised two issues here. I think the first one is that we should not really condemn management of security altogether. If you look at the statistics, and especially in the Northeast, from 2015 down up to last year, the number of deaths per year has gone down to about 1,000, from like 20,000 in the previous years. I mean, over 10,000 in some years, a few years. And we have also a situation where the capacity of Boko Haram in the Northeast to inflict extensive damage has been also controlled. So I think we should look at it more positively in terms of congratulating the military for bringing some level of control in the Northeast. Now, the second issue I want to raise is the unfortunate impact of insecurity on elections. If you look at the data again from 2003, voter turnout peaked. But since then, voter turnout has been drastically plummeting down to 34% for presidential elections in 2019. And every year before then, it has been going down to that level. It's largely due to insecurity. Again, apart from that, if you look at the parliamentary and state government elections, voter turnout has been as low as 20%. In a few areas, not few, quite a number of areas, INEC recorded 8% voter turnout.
In Anambra in November last year, it was actually 10%.
Okay. So you see, democracy is being eroded. There's growing exclusiveness in the process, which has to be corrected. Otherwise, we go back to some of what one or two authors have said. Actually, democracy is a rule by those who participated. It's a system of majority of those who participated. Because a smaller and smaller number of the population are participating in the process.
In that case, Professor Ikechukwu, I want you to kind of expand your contribution very well beyond the issue of just security, because even though security, as has been said, would probably be part of why the voter turnout is low, but it's not the only reason. And there are quite a number of people who have pointed out that, well, the Electoral Act of 2022 was to address one of the other principal reasons, which was the transparency of the process, the equity of the process. Has it done that?
In principle, yes, if you look at the content of the legislation and the provisions. But I think in discussing security, let's make a distinction between security and defense. We've so far focused on defense. If I'm about to punch you and I say defend yourself, you take measures. But if you're talking about securing yourself in your house, you're talking about food, so you don't go out in the dead of night to the farm. You're talking about a well-built house, mosquitoes don't bite you, so you don't fall sick. Now, food insecurity exists in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, social insecurity. So if I, to that extent, for as long as we focus on defense and not security, the citizens will remain vulnerable because hunger will make them sell their votes, etc. So with that distinction in mind, we then separate the fight against Boko Haram from the measures any modern state should take to ensure security, not just defense. So you hear people talk about security architecture, change it. We change service chiefs, nothing happened. There is nothing, in my view, wrong with the security architecture because it begins from the military, paramilitary, political office holders to local government chairmen to traditional rulers. If they all play their role, everybody in a community has a neighbor. If I'm Bigwe and I cannot get my people to know who their neighbors are, already the national security architecture is beginning to fail from that level. So the delusional conversation about security architecture moves away from the simple fact that if we can't hold this meeting because people are making noise, it's not because of the architecture of this building. True or false? True or false? True. So let's get the conversation correct. Come and address the public and actually imagine they are making contributions to national discourse when they are not. So coming back to the impact of all of this and looking towards 2023, there is nominal citizenship, not substantive citizenship, because a lot of representatives, their constituency offices are dysfunctional. You're talking about democracy for 2023, and the average person will tell you it's government of the people, by the people, for the people. Look at the paradigms for engagement, 100 million naira for a form, 50 in some places, 25. So it's actually government of the people who can pay. True or false, ladies and gentlemen? True. True. So you see that present. So you see that if you want success in 2023, make citizens believe they matter. And how that will happen is not to organize contrived rallies where people are actually hired and put in a bus to a venue, and where by the time those who will speak to them come, they're already tired. The objective, I understand, of part of this engagement is to expand our consciousness. And living here enable us understand with what paradigms to engage with the people to get the desired result for 2023. Maybe I'll rest it there.
Yes, let me bring it to this side and ask Adora or Oyechure this question. Inclusion, when people talk about inclusion, part of what determines inclusion and so on is what we've raised already, security, the transparency and all of that. But the other part of it is that it does appear as if, again, institutionally, it excludes some people, either systematically or by acts of omission. Has anything changed ahead of 2023 in that regard, in your view?
And what needs to change?
All right, thank you very much for that question. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think I would like to set a backgrounding, first of all, from a quote that His Excellency Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida GCF Ahmed made some time ago. He said, if you were to ask me to summarize our mission, I will put it this way. We were a military regime that sought to lay the foundation for freedom, liberty in a complex society. And here we are today. We're talking about inclusion. And if you're talking about inclusion, you're talking about not just the youth, you're talking about women, you're talking about women living with disability, people living with disability, and across that forum. And for me, when you're talking democracy, democracy is first, for me as a citizen, about justice. You know, about the possibility for everybody's right to be inclusive, to have human rights, not just because, you know, of a gender, but because I am a citizen of a country that practices democracy. And when we look at the conversation of inclusion in Nigeria and where we are today, first of all, I like to look at the political landscape of our country. For other countries, because we're talking about Africa here, with Nigeria included, for other countries, the question arises, how have they been able to work through the process of inclusion? For instance, you take Rwanda, for example, or you take South Africa, or you take Namibia, or you even take just neighboring Ghana, and the just concluded elections of Kenya and Tanzania. And Nigeria seems to be the leading factor when you talk about African nations because of our population and the currency of that population. But then when we think citizenry, we don't think inclusion. And it's in the processes of our engagement. One, we have a federal government at the moment that is in court, Supreme Court with the Nigerian women, over 35% affirmative action. And 35% affirmative action is just for appointive position. You also have a citizen conversation amongst the gender, whether it is the PWDs or the youths, that had 5 gender bills step down at the legislature. Now the question is, even if we do have a national, gender policy, and we have a Nigerian Commission on, persons living with disability, and we have a youth ministry, how inclusive are those policies? And the answer is, it is not, because they are hardly implemented. And who is responsible for implementation? It is the government. And if there is no political will, the policies will stay moribund because no one is enforcing them. And that is the reason why I say, when we think inclusion, we think about the political landscape that surrounds it. And whether we like it or not, history has a way of setting the trends. Even when we look back, in background, His Excellency during his administration had a very deliberate agenda of inclusion. At the state level, at the local government level, at the ESCO levels, you saw he was deliberate in policies that included people such as women, youths, and even persons living with disability, but most important, even the women. And here we are today. We have the gender policy bill that no one understands at the community level. So I still go back to the political role of these institutions and how they really look at implementation processes. Because even if we have policies and we have institutions, without implementation, we cannot have a total, and without inclusion, we cannot say to have a democracy. So what we probably have is one half of the structure working for the government, and the other structure, which is the citizens' participation, which includes everybody, both the young, the old, the women, and the persons living with disability disenfranchised. So we have only one part structured democracy working at the moment.
Great points there. And there's so many issues we actually need to look at. I would have liked to do, a follow-on on that. You want to say something on gender? Okay.
No, not today.
Okay, great.
On the policy.
On the particular policy. Okay, please go ahead. 2 minutes to do that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm on now. I think that I'm a student of development economics, so I always remember this definition that my professor gave of the challenges with Africa democracy. He says there are 3 conditions in Africa. That there is the issue of simple democracy. There is what he called complicated democracy and what he called complex democracy. And he says the simple democracy can be compared to riding a bicycle. That if your bicycle breaks down, the chances are that you will be able to put the chain back and get back on the bike within a very short period of time, except the chain is broken. And even if the chain is broken, you can easily find someone who would mend the chain for you. He says, but the second is the complicated democracy. He said that can be compared to a motor car. He said a motor car has an engine system, a gear system, electronic system that are interrelated, but that are static on their own. So basically, if you have a problem you only need to say, is this a mechanical problem, an electrical problem, or a much more difficult challenge? And he says for the African democracy, that sometimes it is simply complicated, but because we are not finding the right engineers to man the specific areas of challenges, we are exposing it to the wrong people. Then he says there is a complex democracy which applies to majority of the African situation, that he compared to the Amazon forest. He says in the Amazon forest, there is the fauna, there is the flora, there is the ecological system, there is the entire climatology in the forest. And that the systems in the forest are so interdependent that to solve it when it is broken cannot be approached with the system that is simple, neither can it be approached with the system that is simply complicated. Because the simple, complicated system simply requires you to find an expert either in the mechatronics, in the electrical, or in the mechanical. But in the complex system of democracy, which is similar to that Amazon forest, you need to deal with the bees, deal with the plants, deal with the farmers that are interrupting the connectivity.
So how do you categorize?
And that is where the issue comes. Where is Nigeria in this simple, complicated, or complex process? I can easily say Nigeria is a complex process and that we are trying to look for simple solutions which simply does not exist. For us to deal with the complex situation in Nigeria, we need to think in a complex fashion, isolate each and every system, such as our educational system, which is the forebearer of all the challenges that we have. Our education system still consistent with the vision of our forefathers that saw education simply as ways of getting employment? Or are we moving to the education that the new world has gone to, which is about skills? Are we moving to policies that address some of these challenges within the complex area by separating them along complication lines?
And that's exactly what we hope this
that is
panel,
what we hope this panel would do.
hope we can
And that
actually-
is what I think we should be looking
Absolutely.
at. Thank you.
And
Let
this
me
is
rest
where I
it for
really
now.
should thank you very much for that. I mean, this is not a question and answer. Gentlemen and ladies, you have the mics, so you can always, weigh in on any of the issues. Professor Kingsley Moalo, let me even bring it to you. I mean, you're a politician. Having come from the private sector, are you still in the private sector? Okay, a bit complex to define now. Okay, so how complex really would you say it's been for you as, a technocrat? Yes, that's the word I was looking for. Try going into the murky waters of Nigerian politics.
Yes, well, thank you.
Yes, that's working.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can
Okay.
hear you.
Thank you.
Perhaps you should begin
what
with
we
whether
want
you
to-
agree that it is murky.
That it is murky or it's complex.
Well, I mean, it's muckily complex. But I think I went into politics simply because I felt that too many of us who are technocrats or professionals are shying away from politics. And we've left the stage to professional politicians who have not delivered governance at the level at which it can make our lives better and give us 3 square meals, give us jobs, good healthcare, good educational systems. Instead, politics has become just a game, a parlor game for politicians, by politicians, for politicians. So it doesn't work. And so I also entered politics because I saw, as a technocrat, that the country cannot move forward except it has competent political leadership. You cannot bring an incompetent man and say, oh, well, he will appoint, if you appoint 1 or 2 smart people, everything will start moving. It doesn't work like that. No country can make progress beyond the competence or incompetence of its ultimate political leadership. And so I think there's a need to elevate the level of political competition, which brings us to the matter of ideas and policies.
Including, you might want to add the issue of money. That seems
Yes, and
to
of
be
course, yes,
taking a center stage.
That's right. Well, money is a different thing because I like, the point about complex systems. Because money playing a role comes because of poverty. People are very poor. but it also comes because of the absence of voter education, which is the basis of democracy, that citizens should be informed. They should make informed choices. But we don't have that in Nigeria. And this is
can you make informed choices? And I want to ask this of all the panel. Can you make informed choices if, as you said, you start off by being poor?
Well, the two are related, but if you are educated, your poverty, you can navigate your poverty. You can actually weaponize it for your own benefit.
But the educated people, most of the educated people are the ones who've been monetizing the process.
You see, the problem is that INEC is not prioritizing voter education. No, we don't see that as when we see INEC. We see registration, we see PVC, we see all that. But we don't see educating people about what democracy is and how they should make their choices. Now, if you have that information, even though you are poor, listen, I worked for the United Nations for 17 years. I conducted and supervised elections in other countries, in Croatia, in Cambodia. I saw people who were poor. They were not selling their vote. We make this excuse in Nigeria, and it's too easy and too simple. Nigerians are not selling their votes because they're poor. They're selling their votes because they're not educated as to why they should not. And they're selling their votes because our values have completely collapsed. This is not the only country where people are poor.
In that case, let me take it to Mr. Ogumefo. And coming from where Professor Morgan stopped, and I guess perhaps this might also mean a chicken and egg situation. Which one is first? Because when you talk about poverty, education, voter awareness, outcomes, and all of that, they're all linked, but I guess it's a question of separating which leads to which one starts and which one ends. So in that regard, would you say also that what Prof has just talked about, the complete collapse, in his view, of the value system is where all this starts? Because when I believe it was Mr. Adeni was talking, he said, look, there was a time when education had value. It was supposed to be for a particular purpose, even though he pointed out it was for employment at that point, but it has since grown. But is education still occupying that primacy of place now? And then therefore, is there a link between it and all the other outcomes that you expect from people who are educated?
Thank you very much, Ladi. Good afternoon, everybody. What is education in this regard? ASU is on strike. Chimamanda Adichie said at the NBA conference that there are no more heroes or Nigerians. If I wake up in the morning to set out for the day's job, and my child wakes up and he says, Daddy, bye, he knows I'm going to work. He doesn't know the sort of work I'm doing. But within his mind, that is doing the right thing. And that is what he wants to tow his life after. He has a role model. Politicians now don't see politics, they see it as a job. Politics is not. It is not a job that you wake up in the morning and go to. You influence people. People see in you. I was with someone yesterday and we were discussing about this event, and he said, former President built the third mainland bridge. Now, when there were issues with the bridge and it was resurfaced or refurbished, either way, politicians brought canopies onto the bridge to reopen it. Now, what would the general have done when that bridge was commissioned? You surfaced some patches of the bridge and you brought canopies onto the bridge to reopen it. Priorities are far apart. You don't teach people. You see, poverty, we talk about poverty, but about poverty, Prof has mentioned it. There are different levels of poverty. We're about to launch a program, a survey that we just did. We called it Poverty Survey. Who really is the poor Nigerian? It's poverty of the mind, it's poverty of infrastructure, poverty of intellectual. Levels of poverty are different. So when you want to cast your vote, when the time of elections come and politicians go out to campaign, there are no more issues-based campaigns. INEC just released the information that about 21 million Nigerians just registered. Out of them, 71% are youth. That is the fulcrum of what Nigeria is today. But where are the youths as we speak?
They're at home.
As you don't negotiate that Nigeria's future should be put on the pedestal of political will. No. The children must be rightly educated. We released a project last year, Nigerian National Social Cohesion, and we went to different universities to interact with the students on the outcome of that survey. And there was an aspect, a question that we asked: would you rather leave Nigeria and travel out of the country if you have the opportunity? And about over 71% said yes. When we are presenting that report,
the Japa generation.
Yes, the Japa generation. When we are presenting the report, in almost all the universities, it was as if it was telepathic. The students told us that report is wrong, and we're taking it back. They said there is no way you are going to convince us that not 100% of Nigerian students, of youths, would want to leave. That we all want to leave because we have seen it, we are seeing it. Politicians flaunt, political leaders flaunt wealth, no commensurate value. It has come to the point that Nigerians have to sit up and really look at what really matters. Because this country, at the edges, is fading away. And by the time we wake up, there's a line in the national anthem: the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain. We are the heroes of the moment.
And that's the question: where are the heroes? Yes, I would actually definitely bring it to you. You know, one question that I always ask, you know, when you're in gatherings like this and these kinds of issues are being brought up, you just said something about, you know, values and issues-based campaigns and all of that. But really, can we talk about values? Can we talk about issues? Can we really talk about all these, you know, grandiose things without first defining who we are? Who are we really as Nigerians? I recall, you know, when I was in Germany and I was in a class with other Africans, honestly, one thing that struck me, it was easy to identify who was a Cameroonian, who was from Zaire, who was from South Africa. But to actually say this is a Nigerian, I found it, you know, shocking. Isn't that where we really need to start from? To define what it means to be Nigerian, what we want as a people. What exactly is that Nigerian dream? I mean, you hear about the American dream and all of that. Have we really come up with that Nigerian dream so that all of us, whether as leaders, as followers, will say to ourselves, this is the barest minimum that we expect. And anything short of that, not acceptable. Let me bring it to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before my mic is on.
Yeah, now it's on.
Before I go to
Please give him that. Yes.
briefly talk on the issue of voter education, which Professor Mogolu and the moderators have raised. The issue of education of voters is not solely the responsibility of INEC alone. All political actors within a polity have a huge responsibility to educate and inform the voters of their civic responsibilities. Much more importantly, the political parties, most of the parties we have in this country today are parties that lacks the internal capacity to cause a connection to happen between politics and policy. It is the responsibility of a political party to educate and inform its membership. It is the responsibility of a political party as well to go out on a political recruitment process that will see it electing the best candidate that will emerge in elections. When parties recruit suboptimal human beings, forgive my use of language, to fly his flag and subsequently go to win elections, then what do you expect from such people when it comes to real governance? How do you expect those people in political leadership position to articulate policy responses that will transform the Nigerian state, that will transform states in Africa? How do you expect such kind of leadership to prescribe solutions that will pull the nation out of the valley of despair and hopelessness where most of our most vulnerable groups are presently?
In other words, what you're saying, sir, is that you cannot give what you
do not have.
And I've heard some people define it as the tail wagging the dog instead of the other way.
Right. You cannot give what you do not have. On the issue of who we are, I think it's a journey that started 60 years back, 62 years ago. The founding fathers of this nation have made tremendous efforts to close our fault lines. 62 years after, we are still talking about those defining issues. The issues of religion, the issue of ethnic nationality, the issue of tribe. These are issues that have remained with us for the last 62 years. And these are issues that we must conquer if we want to make a breakthrough and place this nation on a path of sustained growth and development. Nigerians are very industrious people. We love ourselves. We are our brothers' keepers. Those of us that have come just before the commencement of hostilities in 1960, we knew what the nation was then. We know what it is today. Leadership at all levels in this country has a huge responsibility to be ethically responsible by promoting inclusiveness, by making each and every constituent part of the federation to feel the same. Nigeria is a highly plural society, highly heterogeneous. It's a country of more than 250 different ethnic nationalities. You need a leadership that has the capacity to sit on top of the needle without allowing the needle to prick into it.
Yeah, but the leadership comes from within us. Like a wise man once said, people deserve the kind of leadership it gets. Our the leader is a reflection of who we are so far. But let's bring in there.
Just my final statement on this, if
yes,
you don't mind. On that particular issue.
Very quickly, please. Yeah.
Very quickly, I talk about the political party recruitment process. The party has a responsibility to ensure that only its best emerge in its congresses and primaries. That is the starting point. The party has a responsibility to make sure that they give us their best. They shouldn't allow congresses and primaries to determine who emerges. The chances are that those at the bottom may emerge and become the candidates that will plug the plug of that party. And that will be dangerous for the survival and sustenance of democracy in this country.
You've been itching to get into this. Perhaps, I don't know which aspect of it. Is it the voter awareness or education or something else?
I'm sure he'd like to address the role you played in bringing out the essential Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, right? And what all you've been hearing, how have this, really reflected? How would you say they reflect in the man that you actually had to play, his life?
So much to say, so little time.
If you can,
I'd like to hinge it on three things. Two are quotes. The first is the need for extreme, unpretentious intentionality. I think we have lived in denial for so long. The definition of insanity, doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Marcus Garvey, Edmund Burke, they would say people who do not know their history are doomed to repeat it. Yet we're in the same country that has taken history out of the schools. Grow at the same political class I met when I was born are still the political class now. The world has evolved, but it's still the same. Nigeria has moved from an excellent nation to one who prefers mediocrity over excellence and nepotism over merit. It's just what it is. We have to say it as it is. It's ridiculous. Such a blessed nation. However, our adroitness, our dexterity is what still keeps us. You know, we still save the country's face because the world and the rest of the continent looks up to us for our energy. Now entertainment is what has taken over and covered our shame of political impunity and every other thing, kind of crime that we were known by. You know, and that's because, like you said, we are in an era of skill and creativity to change dynamics, to shape perception and build, structures. So if we say we're doing the same thing and expecting a different result, if we say we don't know our history, are we insane moving from military to democracy? And if you look since 1999, we have a few past leaders who came from military to democracy. Just change the clothes. It's the same mindset, you know. So it's interesting when we react.
It speaks to what the keynote speaker.
Oh yeah.
Professor.
You know, so what do we really want? We can only make a change in a democracy through policy making, and the policy makers can only get there through elections, through politics. Right? But the people now who matter in this generation do not trust the system. And we have a political class who came on board at a much younger age, and they only thought within. They only had Nigeria. Now the world has evolved. We have the internet. We have everything else. People are traveled and exposed without traveling. So we have a generation that they are ruling who think without. We are losing our best minds to the rest of the world. And without any intentionality in instilling a sense of nationalism in the young ones. So now we have a new Electoral Act amendment come out. It's nice, we hear it. It's easy to just speak good English. It's easy to bring intellectuals to put documents together, but are they the ones that will implement? No, it's still the ones that got into office that should implement it. And if they're corrupt and got there through corruption by monetizing the process, and everybody that are delegates go with one person, regardless of what the outcome of his performance would be for the future, and the future of his children that he will leave behind, because life will always happen, generations will come, generations will go. So what are we left with? We have this new Electoral Amendment Act, we have this whole new energy of the youth, who of course, 75% of Nigeria is people under 25. So imagine splitting that in two and saying, okay, we have half of it being eligible to vote. We also have some that are going to turn 18 tomorrow, after 2023. So are we intentionally instilling that sense of nationalism in them from school? Are we teaching them what it means to be Nigerian and dream for a better Nigeria by instilling that knowledge and sense of how to get there? Are we teaching them by how they know to learn now, which is not how our parents used to learn? There are creative ways of learning now. Social media, the creatives are always making skilling things. There are other ways to teach. I always say 10 plus 10 is 20, but there's also 19 plus 1. There's 11 plus 9. There's 8 plus 12. There's so many ways to get to 20, and that's the era we live in now. Unconventional approach to results. So we can sit here all day, all year, and talk about this over and over and make sense, sound good. But if we are not real and true to ourselves, then it will still be the same over and over again. History will keep repeating itself. We are here today in the honor and under the umbrella of our father, His Excellency General Ibrahim Babangida, legacy.
Yes.
Today, by tomorrow, will be history. Tomorrow, what we do today, and not just say, but implement and live here today, will make up part of our legacies.
Absolutely.
So we can go over and over like a rat race, or we can say, no, we have to also consider beyond 2023, how can we make sure that this new verve that there is that the youth have caught on now, how can we shape it? How can we can say beavers, we say IREV, we talk about all of that. Do they really know what those things mean? Or it's just cool to say? Do they really know what their responsibilities and their rights are when they go to the polling booth, to make sure they know what they can ask and make sure they know what they can do
and that's
question?
Where the issue of voter education
Can INEC carry the capacity of the now energy and the population of new registered voters? There's so many things we can talk about.
So many things.
I think we need to be true to ourselves and understand that there's no time at all, and all these things take time to shape. It's a journey, just like life is.
Are we willing to lay the foundation even now?
Now.
That's the very brilliant point that you made there, just like all the panelists. Prof, we would not wrap this without, and of course, Professor Mogalo, you were going to say something to the issue of what it means to be Nigerian. I'll allow you to say that.
Very briefly.
Let's hear from Professor Epiphany Azinge. The judiciary and the elections. Prof, there is a troubling trend where the judiciary actually is a final arbiter of election outcomes. It's becoming the norm instead of a situation where the ballot box, the voter, is a final, decider of outcomes. How do we come out of this, vicious cycle or trap, if you like?
Well, firstly, is for us to put the issue of intervention of the judiciary into the electoral process in context. There are two aspects of it. One, there is the pre-election issues, and then there is the post-election matters. Going forward, one must give a lot of kudos to the Nigerian judiciary for the massive contribution they've made to electoral law jurisprudence all over the world. But there are some areas that we must question, not because the judiciary opted to intervene, but because it became inevitable. For pre-election cases all over the world, you find that you will never hear anything about the issues of internal party democracy being challenged in any court in America, Canada, Australia, UK, or even in Africa, any part of Africa. Whether there was a convention or a congress, never challenged in any court. The issue of emergence or qualification of candidates, never challenged, except in Nigeria, but for the right reasons. Because the political parties have not been able to help themselves to achieve the internal party democracy. And they are now allowing the judiciary to clean up the dirty mess they've left for themselves. And that's why, whilst other climes and jurisdiction will talk about political questions coming from party issues, the judiciary in Nigeria is invited to intervene. So whether parties have complied with their constitution, whether they've been able to conduct their elections, whether they've been able to conduct their primaries the way they ought to conduct them, amongst others. These are so many issues that the court has been invited to intervene, and that takes them, going by the electoral law, takes them about 180 days. And you can imagine the time frame wasted in trying to clean up what the political parties have not been able to achieve on their own. But going into the main issue of post-election disputes, I believe that the judiciary, they fared fairly well, because what would have been the contrary is that it will be resort to violence or mob action or anarchy, as the case may be. But because of the intervention of the judiciary, I believe that it has helped to stabilize the polity to a very large extent, because people now feel that win or lose, agree or not, they have an option, and the option is to go before the judiciary. And what have the judiciary been able to achieve? They've been able to have a blend of both technical and substantial justice. They've been able to rigorously interpret the electoral laws and the constitutions as it affects election. They've also been able to ensure that where parties are announced or candidates are announced in a way and manner they ought not to be, that it can be reversed.
But the question you have posed is quite germane in the sense that, is it really in the place of the judiciary to make a final proclamation in such a dispute instead of invalidating it and calling for a fresh election? Is it in the place of the judiciary ultimately to announce another candidate? I believe that seems to be the issue that is bothering a lot of people, especially Nigerians. As far as the electoral law and the constitution are concerned, yes, the judiciary are right there. But one would have preferred a situation wherein, after such a vigorous interpretation of the law, the Supreme Court or any of the courts intervening can simply declare that the election is invalidated and there should be a fresh election. So, to that extent, we will now question the correctness or otherwise of some of those pronouncements. We know of some of the recent cases around the country and some other areas where people have questioned the Supreme Court in that regard, whether it is in their place to announce a candidate who obviously may not have come first, second, or third as the rightful winner of an election, instead of nullifying or invalidating that election. So the challenges are there, but give and take, we cannot rule out the fact that the judiciary has done well, and the jurisprudence of the Supreme Court of Nigeria is quoted extensively all over the world, in Africa, South Africa, and so on and so forth. But again, another issue is that the electoral law seems to have made things a little bit more cumbersome. Kenya has including the new electoral law, because we question the fact that people, after months or years after the election, an election can now be nullified. And we have not seen it in many other places. We have not seen it in US, even Kenya. Odinga has just gone to court in Kenya, and the Supreme Court of Kenya is giving about 14 days for the case to be heard and disposed of, even before the inauguration of the president. We should be thinking of how we can achieve that, so that we can create the scenario whereby we can have the election and all the candidates put in place before the inauguration, anytime, whether it is in May or otherwise. So we have to be looking at that to see how we can correct that imbalance, because it does not seem to be working very well for our system. Thank you.
All right, then. Professor Mogul, you're going to have the final word here, because we're completely out of time.
Thank you. I'll just keep it very brief. And that is that we should ask ourselves whether what we're practicing in the first place, elections every 4 years. There's a difference between the two. When you talk about democracy, you're talking about also democratic institutions, which include the judiciary, other institutions of government functioning as independent institutions. So that's a very important point. The other question that we should also ask ourselves, since we're rounding up, is democracy an end in itself, or is it a means to an end? Do you have a real democracy on an empty stomach? If you have democracy and people are so poor that they cannot feed, but you have maybe what you might call a military dictatorship, many of the countries of Asia were not built as democracies. Their economies were built by military dictators. But those dictators were visionary dictators. There's a difference between a visionary and benign dictatorship and a dictatorship such as we've had in Africa that has tended to concentrate power in the hands of the military. Now, let's come back to General Babangida in closing. He was a very visionary president. Whatever you might disagree on some things, but he was visionary. He used a lot of intellectuals. He ruled with ideas and, elevated people who had ideas. What is our politics today? In our politics today, if you speak about ideas, they will say you're blowing grammar. That Baba is just blowing grammar. So the quality of our democracy is going down, and we think we're practicing democracy. Look at the politicians Yes, it is through the voter education process and through this matter of who are we as Nigerians. What is our worldview? What is our national philosophical foundation? We don't know who we are. We don't know where we have come from. We don't know where we are going. How can we come together in a democratic process if you have not addressed that basic question? And that comes back to the issue of leadership. Whoever has the responsibility today must be made to know that you must begin to lay this foundation and hand over the baton. We cannot wait forever until some messiah shows up. It doesn't work that way. So that's just my wrapping up comment about the need for a national identity and the matter of inclusion. The young lady, Adora, spoke about gender. But let us just 1 minute about zoning. Oh yes, how can we have a discussion like this and we haven't talked about zoning? When you see that it is breaking up political parties, you know, parties have constitutions and their arguments as whether those constitutions have been followed. Nigeria is a plural society. And I think it was Dr. Babayo or another Kusaji who said that if every part of the country does not feel included, your democracy is not really achieving the purpose of nation building. Every country is different. Democracy is not just a game of numbers. In America, Hillary Clinton had 3 million votes more than Donald Trump, and Trump became the president. Why? Because it's an indirect democracy. You see? So we cannot have come with all these simplistic arguments. Oh, it's a game of numbers. No, you have a country that has a reality of 250 ethnic groups, several religions, and everybody should be made to feel included. So if you continue to exclude some parts of the country or some identities in the country, you will have a problem. You can deceive yourself any way you like. In the next constitution, in the next government, this matter of zoning has to be fairly, squarely confronted. Do you want to include rotations in the constitution? That's a question that is an open question, but it has to be faced.
I'm so glad you talk about that because a lot has been said about
Yes.
the lack of issues-based, lack of issues-based politics that seems to be going on. We're talking about ethnicity, we're talking about religion, and all of that. How are you going to take us to the moon?
Yeah.
Nobody's saying that. What, a leader should wake up and go to bed every day thinking, how do I improve the lives of average Nigerians?
Yeah.
But that seems to be missing, isn't it? So how do we come to this issue of issues-based politics?
Thank you.
Education.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, I'm sorry, I keep referring us back to that structure that we have, which we must be conscious of. I called it a complex democratic system that we are trying to solve by a simple system. The complexity of it is linked to the way we approach even the policies that we put, before us. And I will bring again nations that have seriously looked at their future and decided to position their citizenship along those lines. If you remember, when I was in secondary school in the 70s, it was the Indian teachers that were majority of our teachers in sciences. And it was a deliberate policy of the Indian government to expose and export their teachers to other spheres of life. And then in the 80s, they brought the reverse back home to their country, and they started to get laptops for their secondary school students. 10 years later, Mumbai became the IT center for the entire world. Today, you cannot find CEOs in any sphere of the world where they are not Indians. The people that went into the diaspora from Indian extraction, from Pakistani extraction, became close to prime ministership, even in the United Kingdom. These were all educational policies that were deliberate, they were systemic, they were determined by the nation in terms of focus. Just like Professor Mogalu said, it is going to be difficult for us as a nation until we begin to see skills as the educational needs that we have, until we begin to target the new world than the old world that the colonial masters left for us. We're going to remain where we are because we cannot address those simplistic democratic processes that were left behind for us by our colonial masters in the pluralistic world that we are in now, where artificial intelligence is about to take over almost all the jobs that we are dealing with.
Let me come in here and ask this, and I'm not asking anybody in particular. I'm asking the whole panel this. And I'm taking it from where Mr. Dini stopped, which has to do with the issue of where the colonial powers left us. Every member of this panel in their contribution has talked about how many ethnic groups we have here, how many we are in terms of population. Now, depending on how you look at it, that can be a strength or it can be a challenge. In our case, it has been mostly challenge. We have hardly ever gotten to the point where we can look at it as a strength. But there are other countries that have similar challenges and somehow have managed to take those challenges along with them, even on the path of growth.
Right.
So the question is this: why is ours proving intractable? Is it that we look at those other examples and we don't see any similarities or anything that we can take? Or is it that as a people, that I'm not talking about the government, as a people, we have refused to take the example that abounds across the country of people living in peace and harmony, different religions, different ethnic groups, living in peace and harmony, discussing commerce, discussing family, intermarrying, ensuring that the societies are peaceful and grow until you introduce politics. At the introduction of politics, everybody becomes strangers. The people you had lived with for decades suddenly become Igbos and Idomas and Hausas and Christians and Muslims and so on. Why has it proved so intractable? One, and two, we're at another decision point now. What do we do to make the outcome of this at least an improvement, if not an outright change from what has always been the situation?
Okay, well, you want to weigh in on that? Okay, go ahead. 1 minute.
So let's just take it around. 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute each. Yes.
Okay, I think for me, I'll start from
the fact that when you think about the concept of democracy, you should open up new vistas of opportunities. Democracy is about offering a period to correct past mistakes and bringing new dimensions to leadership. But then there was a question you asked earlier: what does Nigeria mean to us as a people, as a person? And I think that's where the problem is. What does Nigeria mean to an average Nigerian? And that's how you look at the dimensions of effective leadership, you look at the issue of corruption, you look at the issue of inclusion. And it's unfortunate because when you look deeply, you will find that there is this polarized sense of self rather than a collective sense of a nation. So you ask a Nigerian, what does Nigeria mean to you? It's where I can feed my family, what I can do for the next person. Nobody's thinking about our goal as a country, our collective goal. What at the end of the day will make Nigeria resonate across the Committee of Nations. And I feel that that's where the problem is. When we begin to redefine what Nigeria means to the average Nigerian, to think about effective leadership about the people, not about self, when it's no longer about individuals, but about the people. And I think that's where we'll begin the correction. But until then, I mean, the chairman talked about us having 6 election cycles and counting, and we're still here. And we've had leadership after leadership. What has been the problem with each administration or that circle of leadership? Okay. So it starts from answering the Nigerian next question. Who is a Nigerian?
That's the point. That's okay. Is it the foundational problem? So much has been said about our founding fathers and all of that. Is the foundation itself faulty? Is that where the problem lies, or what? And how can we build on it if it's faulty?
Why don't you try your mic, Dr. Okay? Okay.
Well, foundations can always be mended. There was consensus at the beginning of this foundation. Part of the information, you know, how late Ambassador Hamza Ahmadu used to be on the editorial board with us at The Guardian. And as personal secretary to one of the premiers of that time, he said that there was no day the three leaders did not speak. Three most dominant premiers, leaders in the country, Zik, Sir Ahmadu Bello. The point is, our leaders today, are they communicating? They travel by private jet, so they don't even cross each other's states. I don't need to go into details in all of that. I want to get to the second part of the question of the issue you raised, which is what to do. And in that regard, I would rather address the youths, because it's their future we're talking about. Once you're over 40, chances are that the distance ahead is shorter than the one you've passed behind. Now, the youths must make a distinction between ideological age and biological age. Many of them make the mistake of assuming that because I'm between 15 and 35 or 40, I'm necessarily a youth. If I'm replicating the reflexes of my elders who are the problem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I don't belong to the future. They need to understand that. And having said that, the other point to note is, many of the interventions need to be recalibrated so that they operate with a proper understanding of the political economy of the Nigerian state. Anger is not enough, activism is not enough, excitement is not enough. Can you manage Nigeria if it's given to you? Take the time to secure knowledge. And on that, one last point. One of the most celebrated engagements of Nigerian youth was the NSAS protest in Lagos. Everybody was very excited. It shows that Nigerian youths can organize themselves. You know, they fed themselves for some days with a little sum of money. But what was on the menu? It included pizza. How much is a pack of pizza? 4,000 naira. Now, that's a pot of soup for a family in Mushi for 3 days. So you don't mistake elite youths for Nigerian youths. Are they in touch with their mates elsewhere? So let's encourage the youths not to give up, but to develop themselves properly. Gain knowledge at the level of basic knowledge. Gain knowledge of your operating environment. Anchor yourself in your soil and understand the political economy of managing state power. Not social media, not anger, not excitement, not extreme idealism. I thought I should play this on the table because we are talking about their future, not ours. Thank you.
Prof,
the foundation issue that we are talking about, I think we are missing the point. I think the faulty foundation was the economic structure. You had a colonial government that supported foreign firms. It was like productivity was like exclusive to them in terms of value addition. But when it came to the local population, you produce raw materials for them, cash crops for them, and the money is not there. This problem is plaguing the country up till today. You have a large population that is not very productive, and a large population of elites that are dependent on the government. Access to government resources, not access to entrepreneurial resources. Unless you correct that, where you have a larger number of citizens producing at an entrepreneurial level and making money on their own, then all this issue of ethnicity, poverty, and so on will continue to go on. Now, the second thing about voter education, the voter education is not the problem. The most educated people in Nigeria don't vote. It's the poor people that vote. I've done election observation. I noticed, study those who are queuing up online. You don't see elites. You don't see the educated civil servants, company staff. You don't see them on the line, on the queue. So the most educated people who can make policy choices, who can select leaders based on their capacity, don't vote. So I think we also need to correct that. Otherwise, you continue to get the poorer people who come out to vote because they've been promised some stipends, and it's killing our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a verse in the Bible, and I think Luke chapter 17. There cannot be offenses to come, but woe to him through whom the offenses shall come.
It will look funny.
The problem we have now, part of the problems we have now, is the systemic issues we have in Nigeria. I'm the chairman of a local government. I've laid the foundation of how the progress I want for this local government, the markets, the motor parks, the transportation within my local government. Another local government chairman comes after me and totally eradicates the solid foundation I've laid. We don't need to be talking about INEC being independent, really. We must have that system in place, that whoever comes does not have any choice than to follow the path. The leaders we have, those seated in this hall, those outside this hall, what foundation have you laid? What will be your legacy? It is not about having thousands of people. You go to political campaign grounds, you are speaking English. To who? The mass majority of those in the audience don't understand what you are saying. Why not speak in a language they will understand? We just released the poll. What are the three things topmost that the next president of Nigeria should handle? Economic turnaround, handling insecurity, and the character, the competence of that person. That is what Nigerians want. But what do you have to offer? That system must be in place. You cannot keep going around and expecting the same things. It's not going to work. Nigeria must move ahead. We are too catatonic in the place. We must move ahead. Many people are looking at us. Freedom House released their result last year that Nigeria is not managing its ethnic issues. And we are here talking about it. I'm Igbo, I'm Hausa, I'm Yoruba, but not I'm a Nigerian. That is the problem you have.
Yes.
Thank you.
I was going to touch on that earlier, but I would like to still, get the picture. So it's still the same thing I say, insanity. That's like doing the same thing over and expecting a different result. Over the years, let me point out for the youth, if we look at the time of the general, the time of the military, they took the reins of power in their 20s, late 20s, 30s, and they're there till now. And the older the leaders grew, the further down Nigeria plundered. We've been dwindling since then, really. Look at the dollar exchange rate, look at different things. We had a better Nigeria then. Even as a child, I remember Nigeria being better than it is today. So it's that impunity mentality, it's that disregard for arrangements. And because we don't have the right politicians representing us, because of the process, how they get into that office in the first place, through impunity and everything wrong, monetization, not really about the people like democracy should be, but for them and their cronies. So because that is, if you look around the world, every country that has disregarded an arrangement to live together in their diversity have always ended up in one civil war after the other. If you look at the ones who have respected it, they have lived and grown and thrived. And if we continue to disrespect it, it's only a matter of time before we capush. So it's what it is. Now, going back to General IBB, I played him. But if you look in his own time, even in the military, where there was a dictatorship, he was still a nationalist that respected arrangement. You will see it in his government formation. He had a vice, Aikomo. Aikomo was preceded by Ibuchi Kiwe. You could see that he always tried to balance things out in his approach to things. He's called the Maradona. Nobody asks why. They think it's a bad thing. No, yeah, exactly. A man ahead of his time. He was Maradona because he's a man that wants to make sure everyone is fine, but you cannot please everyone at once. So he would step back and think things through and go with his conviction of how things should go, and the rest that he said yes to would think he played them. No, he just had to make sure he managed the situation as you should manage a diverse people, because we all hear things in different ways. Same thing can be communicated in different ways. So that, I think, is where our problem, that's where the insecurity and everything comes in from.
Yes, please, could you just, yes. You spoke about security at the very beginning. And that, of course, is existential. But now we're looking at some of the foundational issues. Perhaps some of those foundational issues cost the security challenges. There are those who, if you ask, they'll say so. But now, is one thing leading to the other. But as we are today, the original question which every member of the panel thus far has attempted, which was to try to say, look, why is it that we're unable so far to cross that Rubicon from where we were to where we could be?
Okay, from the question you have asked, if you look at the campaign promises since 1999 till date, you'll discover that they're all the same. It's about roads, it's about education, it's about healthcare, it's about infrastructure. Why is it that in more than 20 years, we're still making the same promises? If we're able to answer this question, it will lead to the fact that there's a strong trust deficit. We do not trust the system. So that is at the basic of what we're facing today. To paraphrase a Hausa proverb, the dog was told that there's a ceremony, there's a festival happening in his house, and he said, I cannot find the bones on the ground. So if at all we claim to be in a democracy, then there should be an equitable distribution of resources. Then we should center social justice so that people should not go to bed hungry. We have no business as a country having 120 million people living in multidimensional poverty. We have no business as a country losing $4 billion a year to oil theft. This year, we've gone above $3 billion already. These are the resources we should equally distribute as a country so that people should not go to bed hungry. Once again, we should keep up our social contract. Thank you.
Alhaji Abdul Kader. Go on, please. Oh, my apologies. Dr. Babayo. Dr. Babayo, sorry.
A question was asked, the foundation wrong. I think the foundation was wrong. But it wasn't the fault. It wasn't the fault of the nationalists.
I don't know what's wrong with that mic. I don't know.
Yes. I said the foundation was wrong.
The foundation was wrong.
Yes, no, but it was not the fault of the nationalists who fought for Nigerian independence, right from 1957 to 1960, but that of the departing colonialist. It's important when you are conducting some kind of internal diagnostic study of present Nigeria's environment, you glance back. How was this nation structured and run prior to independence? The colonial economic policies, the structural distortions inherent in them. It required a leadership. And I will say with humility, one of the most visionary leadership in Nigerian political history. In the person of General Babangida, to look at the historical nature of our problem and systematically put in place policy prescriptions which have largely comprehensively addressed most of them. It is a tragedy of modern Nigerian state that 32 years after the International Conference Center was built, it is still a reference point. That is a tragedy. I believe what General Babangida wanted for someone to exceed these expectations and have something better in many folds than the International Conference Center built in our landscape And secondly, you cannot prepare this nation for 2023 when you have so many crises, especially in the economic front, confronting the Nigerian state promptly. And unless these problems are addressed promptly, the chances are that tomorrow will probably, most probably will not be better than today.
And that's exactly why we're sorry, I have to
just a minute to
how that the solution.
Yes, that's where I'm
if
going.
You can put that together in 30 seconds
that is where I'm
before
going.
we go into our interactive session.
That is where I'm
Thank
going.
you.
We have issues defining the economy of this country today that are impacting negatively on virtually everyone. The most vulnerable groups constitute about 75% of the base of the pyramid. The issue of the exchange rate, the issue of the interest rate, and much more importantly today, the issue of the inflationary rate. Economists will tell you the productive base of the economy must be expanded for us to address some of these key economic variables. But we don't have forever, unfortunately. We have a nation to keep, to stabilize. Policy options must be immediate. Action must be immediate so that some of these economic fundamentals can be addressed so that as we are moving towards 2023, the issue of security, which is related closely to the issue of food security, will become a sin of the past.
All right, thank you
At
very
that
much.
point, we have to stop you, Dr. Musa Babayo. Thank you so much. And it's on that note that we want to also thank all our panelists today. If you look at your watches, what was initially billed as a 45-minute discussion has gone on for almost 2 hours. Yes, because I timed it. And what I have right now is 1 hour, 58 minutes. So I want to thank you all. That shows, of course, that the robustness of the issues, the sub-themes also had sub-themes, and those ones also had sub-themes. So this is not the kind of discussion that we could actually address completely in an entire day, even if we had it there. And I think Aina spoke to that earlier when he said that we can sit here from morning until evening and we won't repeat ourselves. But want to thank you all. At this point, we would
Let's
want
put
to,
your hands together for
let's
our
put our hands
panelists
together for
first
the
off.
panelists who have spoken
Thank you very
most
much.
eloquently. Thank you very much.
Yes.
At this point now, I'm sure that those who have listened may have 1 or 2 pointers. And I am told, and maybe we should just start off from him straight away. Distinguished comrade, former chairman of the All Progressives Congress, former governor of Edo State, former NLC leader, Comrade Adams Oshomole is here. Comrade Oshomole, I understand that you had something you wanted to contribute to the discussion. I don't know if you have if we have a microphone that we can extend to the comrade where he is. Yes, there is. There's already one that have been passed. That's what they've been passed.
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Fantastic.
Your Excellencies, the former Vice President and other Excellencies here present, let me appreciate the organizers, particularly the family of our former military head of state, General Ibrahim Babangida. I apologize, I came late. I didn't have the opportunity of listening to the guest speaker. And unfortunately, the panelists didn't discuss the paper. So I have lost my right to know what the lead speaker said. But just looking at the Badamasi, that the whole essence of today is about IBB's legacies. And I want to just build on that. not Nigeria crisis. Everybody, even the children, can give you lectures on what is not right. What seems to be lacking is to be able to try and amplify that. Whereas we can't say any leader had got everything right, it is true that some leaders, including IBB, did manage to get some things right, but succeeding leaders abandoned those things. And as a consequence, we have found ourselves taking turn and competing to cry for Nigeria. I haven't come here to cry for Nigeria. First conversation was about the level of insecurity. And all the suggestions I had is about whether the army is motivated, whether there is sufficient budgeting, whether we're getting value for the budget. Those are legitimate questions. But what was lacking is the appreciation of the fact that insecurity is a consequence. And the military can only deal with that consequence. What is the cause of insecurity? If you don't deal with the causes of insecurity, you'll be behaving like the uninformed young man or woman in my village, according to our proverb, that was walking on the street, fell, entered a deep hole, and broke his leg, and then went straight to the hospital. The wise man will find out why he fell, fix it so that the other guy passing through that same route will not fall again. There's just one thing I want to amplify, which I think if we had sustained, some of this security we are dealing with today may not have been as complex as they have become. IBB, when I was in NIPS in 1987, one of the subjects we discussed was the wisdom behind what IBB government described as nomadic education. That was 1987. Because he saw that, given the reality of climatic change and our capacity to multiply our population because we are productive in some other ways, and our land mass will never expand, some habits and methods of grazing are no longer going to be sustainable. And for the headers to benefit from modern methods, they have to be educated. And so he created nomadic education, so that the fact of being a nomad can't justify why you don't have opportunity to go to school, to learn, to be taught by qualified teachers, so that you can benefit from modern methods. Now, this policy, I remember in NIPS, we got somebody to come and talk to us about this policy. And over the years, this was discarded by subsequent government. So when I hear today about bandits, and I watch video clips about bandits who can't speak English, and I even saw one lady who said the bandits were asking them to teach them English. And I'm asking myself, these bandits, who are they? I want to hazard a guess that these were probably people, Nigerians, young people, whose successive government, in spite of the provisions of the universal basic education, we left as many as 50% of our children who ought to be in school, they are not in school and they are begging. At the age of 40, they can't continue to beg. They are not educated, they can't speak English, so you can't empower them. And they don't find that kidnapping can result in millions of dollars or naira be paid. And today we are discussing bandit. We have difficulties distinguishing between a terrorist and a bandit. Who are these bandits? It is the failure of many, many years ago of governments at all levels to recognize that every child that you did not send to school will get to a point where he will not be able to do any other fears except what some of them are doing now. But as I said, I didn't come here to cry. Maybe that part of IBB legacy which says every Nigerian, including nomads, have a right to education, that we resolve here that any parent, any government, state or federal or local government that does not implement the basic, compulsory basic education is guilty as charged. Because those children you didn't educate, what empowerment are you going to give them? And then on democracy, I've heard views that appear contradictory. We want to zone what? Zone the right to serve. It is your turn to do what? There are some implied self-interest in all of that. And the one provocative question I want to make is that people must understand that to be a technocrat doesn't make you competent leader. The qualities of leadership don't flow from classroom. And I want to repeat that. And that is why sometimes in US, both Republican and Democrat, if you watch CNN at the eve of the elections, they will say they have challenges getting an electable material. To be electable is not necessary to be educated, to be a professor, to be a technocrat. There are other leadership abilities. And I think one of the things IBB taught us is that you can unite the country by going around the 36 states and FCT. You will find competent, able technocrats to manage different aspects of the Nigerian polity, society, and economy. You don't have to be president to contribute. And that is why if anybody can have a compendium of those who play different responsible roles, policy-making roles in Nigeria or the IBB, you will find that virtually all the 774 local government can point to somebody who was appointed on account of what value it can add. So I want to salute you for bringing this, for organizing this thing, because we don't really celebrate leaders until they are no more. It's nice to be celebrated when you are around. As a union man, we had a opportunity to interact with IBB, and there are a few things I learned. If he doesn't get an answer for you, he creates a platform to keep talking while he is taking of the answer. So he's not elected, he's not bound to allow conversation. He can decree, as military always do, I decree as follows. And it's a law. But the country was encouraged to debate and debate and debate. And to be honest, not to debate. We are all somehow guilty. So I want to appeal to the panelists, because when I listen to people talking about it, I spent all my life until I became a governor interrogating power, questioning some of the decisions. And one of the IBB legacies, I'm not sure I agree with it or I don't agree, but he was a thinker. He believed that government cannot continue to run everything and set up TCPC or whatever it was to do privatization of what can be privatized, and government hold on what it can do best. Every other government has taken with privatization, even though some did it in a manner that is absolutely embarrassing, like the way the distribution companies were handed over to people who knew next to nothing. So families were had to handle. So they did the privatization, but not in the manner that it was conceptualized and as provided for in the enabling act that set up the privatization.
All right.
So, short man, short speech. I want to thank you for the opportunity. But I thought that
please put your hands together.
Knowing that IBB encourage people of diverse background. Other IBB's economic team, you have Professor Aboyade, a seasoned conservative.
Yeah.
Then you have Izemiro, tech communist, and then you have between the two extremes, you have the liberals. So you have engagement, not in terms of Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, in terms of, and I think the media, I'm happy two of you are their channels and Arise.
Yes, sir.
You should also help. When people bring religion, shut it down and pay up issues. Like you can notice, each time you ask, what is the solution? You don't get loud voices. What is the problem? Everybody shouted. We all know it. So when people come and ask you, where is this man from who wants to be governor? Where is this man from what? Tell them that is not what matters.
Thank you very much.
What matters is what will you do differently so that we stop lamenting and start moving forward. Stop agonizing and start organizing. Nigeria will go on. I'm not here to lament. We have a future. And my children must have a future.
And that's a good place to leave it. Thank you very much. Comrade Governor, the one and only Comrade Governor, His Excellency Adams Oshomole, former chairman of the APC, for the wise words there. All right, let me call on Solomon Dalong, former Minister of Sports. Please put your hands together for him as he takes the mic and gives us as short as possible, please. Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Well, permit me to take refuge under existing protocol. I've listened attentively to the discussion of the panelists, but I think the missing link here is we are discussing about addressing the problems of this country. I'm talking about the future, and I think the future should be education. Because if there is any legacy left for us by the colonialists, is education. And if we interrogate today, where is education in Nigeria? It remains a very big question. Therefore, I think it is about time all stakeholders in that country come together to try to see how we bring an end to the endless crisis in the educational system, especially the ASU strike. Because as I speak here, I am a victim of ASU strike. I spent 9 years in the university, so instead of 5 years. And of course, 9 years in a person's life is a serious business. So I think as we look towards 2023, if the universities are closed, I'm afraid whether there will be a future, and I'm afraid whether we'll have a peaceful election. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable former Minister of Sports, Solomon Dalong, for that short one. Okay, I can see a hand up there. Distinguished Senator Dino Melaye, Senator representing, or that actually represented Kogi West. All right, he has a mic. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much.
To God be the glory forever and ever. Amen. The chairman of this very unique occasion, ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate the presentation by my lecturer, Professor Jibo, and the panelists. I appreciate your intellectual sagacity. I just want to quickly make this very short intervention that when I was growing up as a child, houses had no fences in Kano, even in the GRAs. What I'm trying to pull out is that the problem of this country, from the elucidation from every panelist up there, is because of the breakdown of value system. When I was growing up in Kano, houses had no fences even in the GRAs. But the value system became devalued. We started building fences. Growing up as a child, the only place I see fences is either a zoo or a prison yard. Gradually, the situation deteriorated. We started having all fences. It further deteriorated. We started having broken bottles of minerals as barriers on our fences. It further deteriorated. We started having barbed wire. Today, it is electric fence. From the wear of dogs, we now have the wear of hyena, the wear of lions, showing how the entire society has become depleted. The Holy Book says, bring up a child in the way of the Lord, and when he grows up, he will not depart from it. It is our orientation from the family unit level that has completely broken down. And this have not been, it's not an advantage, because all our curriculum from primary school to university do not support system. If you say an American child at age 5 can tell you about the dream of America. That's why when they are singing their national anthem when playing football, you see some of them crying. Because at a kindergarten level, you are taught nationalism, you are taught education, you are taught moral philosophy. Even as a child, you already know what it takes to be an American and what it takes to protect America. The only social orientation we have in our education curriculum is social studies. And what does it teach? It teaches you about Jaja of Opobo, Awolowo of Western Nigeria, Azikiwe of Eastern Nigeria, and Sadona of Northern Nigeria. Already indoctrinated with ethnic consciousness. So we must go back. We cannot get it right, whether electoral, political, or economy, once we don't have the right attitude, the right values, and the right orientation. Nobody teaches you about Nigeria today. Today, history has been taken away from our curriculum in secondary school. It's no longer there. No more vocational studies. No more technical drawing. All the technical schools and colleges are down. These are primary values that we must go and resuscitate. No matter the grammar we speak here, no matter the policy direction we give, once we do not have the right attitude to manage whatever policy, manifesto, or ideology, we will not get there. So my advice is we need to go back to the basics. This attitudinal shift is the primary thing. Because if you don't even know your country, you don't even know how to divide your country. When I was growing up, there's no Hausa, there's no Yoruba. When it was Christmas, I can tell the streets, up to the 20th street after my street in Kano, we share rice, and during Salah, we also get tuwo shinkafa. Today, I don't even know who is my immediate neighbor in Metama. These are the value systems that we need to get back to. There is no Boko Haram or bandit today who or no human being will pick up a gun and shoot a fellow human being if you're not under influence. Drugs have taken over all our young ones, and the attendant satanic manifestation is what we are getting. So let's get back to the basics, go back to family unit orientation, then we start from there before we can get to all these big grammar level. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, distinguished Senator Dino Melaid. For someone who is, was looking at the big Turechi, you also spoke a bit of Turechi yourself.
My moderator.
But we thank you.
My moderator, let me intervene quickly, especially to the last two speakers. In fact, to the first speaker who spoke extensively about nomadic education. The idea behind any type of education at all, other than the basic education that is our focus, across Nigeria based on the universal basic education system, was intentionally to provide two things: numeracy and literacy. Unfortunately for us, as this was going on, when I was growing up, you would go to Maiduguri, and in the entire city of Maiduguri, the only thing you see are children that are coming from school, from the Lake Chad Resource Center, from the University of Maiduguri Staff School. And all these children are so nicely dressed up that you would want to be in school in Maiduguri. What now happened, compared to what was happening in Kano, Kaduna, Katsina, where the order of the day was the Almajerism that already taking place, and the Malams were making quite a kill from the money that these Almajeris were making just going around the city to collect hams. The people in Maiduguri were completely blocked from that because young children were anticipating going to primary school because they were seeing what was happening in the primary schools. The scholars in Maiduguri became jealous of the ones in Kano and in Kaduna and the rest of the other cities, such that they began to campaign against Western education because they saw that majority of those children were already sold out to Western education in Maiduguri. And that was the origin of them saying that Boko Haram, which is that the education is haram. Now we have 15.5 million children out of school. Those 15.5 million out of school, I used to work for UNICEF. For 21 years, I was with UNICEF. And I always say after every survey that these children that are out of school, they are not out of school. They are in schools of banditry. They are in schools of kidnapping. They are in schools of armed robbery. It is when they graduate that we see them on the streets. So when we expect them to graduate from secondary school to university, they are graduating from armed robbery to banditry to terrorism, because we didn't take care of one thing and one thing alone: basic education, that is numeracy and literacy, even if we have to use Islamic language to teach it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that intervention. Very quickly, before we call on others to speak, and of course this is an interactive session, we'll also have our panelists respond to some of the points they heard earlier. Let's take a goodwill message from former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR. He has a letter, and to this occasion, who has that letter? Please come forward. Or electronically. Okay, great. Thank you very much. If we can have volume, please.
Our dear speakers.
Thank you.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all join the Babangida family, friends, and other well-wishers to celebrate my uncle, President Babangida, on the occasion of his 81st birthday that just rolled by. It is with great honor and pride that I send greetings to the participants at the 2022 Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida Dialogue. I appreciate our daughter, Aisha Babangida, the Chief Executive, and other members of the Board of Trustees of the Ibrahim and Mariam Babangida Presidential Library Foundation for their commitment towards preserving the legacies of our leader, and the invitation extended to me to send a goodwill message on this dialogue. There's no doubt that His Excellency President Babangida has made significant contributions to the sustainable development of our country, and platforms like this not only consolidate but keep alive his legacies. The theme of this dialogue, Issues in Nigeria's Democratic Progress, is very apt, taking into context the fact that our nation has entered into an election cycle, which is a defining moment for us as a country. Election is an important democratic ritual because it periodically offers the citizens the opportunity to directly choose their leaders in line with the national vision and the people's aspirations. It is obvious that credible election is at the heart of sustainable democracy and national development. This is because the quality of our election will determine the quality of our leaders. Of course, the quality of our leaders will determine the quality of governance, and quality of governance will determine the quality of the life the people live. I am glad that participants at this dialogue are poised to discuss the way forward on the issue of our democracy and the challenges of nationhood. I urge speakers to be honest in their submissions and offer patriotic solutions that will address these issues. As I conclude, let me reiterate that the forthcoming elections are significant to our national aspirations, shared prosperity, and national development. I always have politicians to be mindful of our unity and stability and exercise discipline in their campaigns and other political activities. To the rest of us, this period does not afford us the luxury of indifference. We must be determined to participate in our democratic processes. This requires that we must mobilize to vote and ensure that we vote those who we believe will manage the affairs of the country with honesty and dedication in order to guarantee peace, justice, unity, and progress in our land. I wish you all fruitful deliberations. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, for that goodwill address. We interrupted the reactions of some of the panelists to some of the points that had been raised by the speakers thus far, and I wondered if any of the panelists wanted to take up any of the issues that have been raised thus far by those in the audience. Prof? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think His Excellency Governor Shomole or ex-Governor Shomole addressed an issue that Professor Moralu put across on the issue of zoning. I beg to disagree to a very large extent that we cannot run away from that. But what people seem to gloss over is the fact that some of these issues are already captured by the Constitution. If you go to Section 14 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it says that the Federal Republic of Nigeria shall be a state founded on democracy and social justice. The emphasis is on social justice, and it depends on how we want to run away with our own interpretation of social justice. For me, it is all-encompassing in the sense that therein lies the idea that there should be social justice amongst all the ethnic zones and nationalities, and that is what will propel people to now start thinking about zoning and rotation, as the case may be, in their respective party constitutions and manifestos, as the case may be. So, well, I don't see that contradiction at all, because the Constitution is supreme, and to that extent, we must adhere to the provisions of the Constitution as far as social justice, because it is injustice, as people have alleged, for there not to be a recognition of the fact that all the ethnic nationalities, or most of the predominant ones, should be given a sense of belonging in that regard. So I think we must address that fact. Secondly is the issue of nationalism. I'm happy that Senator Dino Malai addressed that, and I agree with him. The sense of nationalism is totally absent. The young ones are wars. Go to the social media and see what is happening there. It is like a war between the Igbos, the Hausas, and the Yorubas for now because of the presidential candidate. It ought not to be. We are far worse off than we were in the 60s. We are far divided, more divided than ever. So I believe that the emphasis should be on trying to cut down on the fact that a child is born in Nigeria. Instead of being told that you are a Nigerian, you are first told that you are an Igbo, you are an Hausa, or you are Yoruba. It is wrong. That's where we're getting it all wrong. But it will take us another 20 years to correct this. So we must be very careful the way we proceed, so that we can now enthrone nationalism in the consciousness of the youth and in the consciousness of our people. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with my brother, Professor Azinge. I agree with Dino Melaye's submission, 100%, so I don't need to address it. Let me speak to His Excellency, former Governor Oshiomhole, on the matter of zoning. I want to make an important clarification. Everybody here knows that I have offered myself in the past and was a presidential candidate in the 2019 election. And even in the 2023 cycle, I also offered myself in the context of my political party, but did not get the ticket for reasons that my resignation letter from the political party stated very clearly, and which was what Dr. Babayo was referring to. And the reality is that many political parties, especially the smaller ones, that many of us had thought would be effective counterweights to the APC and the PDP, because we were not happy with what people saw as political corruption in APC and PDP, and so we decided to try alternative vehicles. I can tell you flat out that many of these parties are worse than the big parties we complain about. Let me explain. They are worse because Henry Kissinger once said that the reason that the politics of the academia is so vicious. Remember that Henry Kissinger was a professor at Harvard and then later became the National Security Advisor and Secretary of State of the United States. And so, reflecting on his time in academia, he said, the reason the politics of the academia is so vicious is precisely because the stakes are so small. Maybe people are fighting to death about who will become the head of department. Maybe people are fighting to death about who will control some research grant, right? So extrapolate this to the national political situation and you will get what I'm saying. Many of these parties, not all, I'm not saying all, but many, they're not even serious about winning elections. Certainly not the presidential election. The reason some of them exist is simply to become trading platforms, either aligning with the big parties or taking money from candidates, but they're not serious about fielding competitive candidates for elections. They're just looking, yes, they're either surrogates or party officials are looking for who will bring money to them in order to get the ticket, and if you don't, they can bypass you and pick people that other people can objectively look at and say, was this really the best choice? Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is the point that I was trying to make concerning that particular issue about our democracy. Many of our political parties are not serious. They're not in this to win. It's a trading, it's a hustle for them. And so then what makes them better than APC or PDP? We complain about APC and PDP. Yeah, 100 million naira fund. It's a matter of scale. In some parties, the fund may be 20 million or 15 million or 30, but the same issue is taking place. So, but that's by the way. Let me address the matter of zoning very briefly. And the reason I brought up my own experience is because I made it very clear that I'm not offering myself to be president of Nigeria based on where I come from. My politics was never ethnic. I was seeking to be president because of a vision that I have for this country. But that is not inconsistent with the matter of equity and social justice. I've finally landed. Now, this matter of equity and social justice, there was a study by Harvard University in 2002 called fractionalization. That study empirically proved that where there is a heterogeneous environment, the more heterogeneous it is, the more fractionalized the country is. And they showed by empirical study that Japan and the two Koreas are the two most homogeneous countries in the world. And that European countries were also highly homogeneous in their composition. But that African countries tended to be the most heterogeneous countries on earth. Empirically proved. And that is one of the reasons why in Africa there is a lot of division. And democracy can, if it is not very well managed, contribute to fractionalization. How do you solve that? You can develop a democracy that suits your own local environment. And that is where this zoning matter came up. You also have to look at the matter of constitutional restructuring. Because the only way you manage a big, diverse federal state is through a federal system. And that's why you see America is federalism, Australia, Canada, Germany, Brazil, India, so many countries that are big and also have heterogeneous populations tend to be federal states. But in Nigeria, we are running away from the matter of constitutional restructuring. then we're not serious. So that's why we must come back to that matter, and then we must come back to the matter of zoning. In the matter of constitutional restructuring, we can look at, it's a debate, we can look at, should the presidency, for example, rotate across the 6 geopolitical zones? Switzerland is a confederation. The presidency rotates every 2 years to every one of the 26 cantons in Switzerland. Are you more developed than Switzerland, that recognizes the fact that there are French Swiss, there are Italian Swiss, there are German Swiss, and then you have the Romanced. So in Nigeria, we tend to, I don't believe in running away from issues. Let's solve the problem. For our own peculiar environment, we should look at, one, a return to proper federalism, because that is the only way we can also break the economic logjam we are facing in this country, which Dr. Babayo talked about, which is a threat to the 2023 elections. If the economy of this country implodes, combined with security crisis before 2023, you'll see what will happen. I can tell you that. Well, let's hope so. But the fact of the matter is, and why is this happening? It's because politics, vested interests, is what is running Nigeria's economy today. Nigeria's economy is not being run by sound economic principles or competence. No. Let me stop here.
That deserves a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, you want to weigh in on what has just been said, or you have other things on your mind? Hold on.
Yes, weigh in, but not with as much professorial weight. I want to simplify what he's saying, bring it to a human, relatable level. What all 3 speakers have said, really, they're all intertwined. In terms of zoning, you see, what we're here for and what everything about life is, whether science, art, business, whatever, it's about humans at the end of the day. So we have to always consider the human psychology factor. Now, Nigeria is a very diverse nation, but then the blessing that is the diversity is also the curse. So hence, leadership becomes important. Why is it a curse? I'll focus on that so we know how to correct the mistakes. We have the blessing is the beauty in our diversity. Look at us. We are all dressed more inclined to what our culture is. So if I see a person that looks like me, psychologically I'll gravitate towards, oh, you're my brother. If I see the other person, I'll be fascinated by the difference. We eat the same food, the same way in Nigeria. If as an Igbo person you speak Hausa, you're more embraced in the north than if you don't, and vice versa. So psychologically, there has to be an intentionality in understanding the dynamic that is Nigeria and what drives and divides us. The same thing has brought us to this zoning issue. There's a social contract that is not being honored, an agreement. And like I said earlier, every nation who has gone against the agreement in the name of diversity have failed. And there will always be things that they will have to fight about every now and then, be it political or in now violence, now in case of Nigeria, insecurity. That is a huge part of the source. Now, leadership, talking about what the senator said in terms of instilling values, and that's the fact. If we have the right leaders that understand that education is very important, it's still under the educational structure that those kids in that very gullible and open time to consume and shape their sense of the world and what nationalism represents, that you can instill that sense of non-divisive diversity. Now, the only thing I can remember that we do that for now is NYSC. I travel here, so you go and live there. By force, people don't want you there. The place is not safe. Coppers are dying every day. While I applaud the idea, but it's not the reality now anymore of the best way to create a non-divided, people. So they all intertwine one way or the other, but it boils down to the human psychology of what we see, what we eat, the languages we speak. It's very colorful, it's very beautiful, but we need intentionality in the leadership on how to foster togetherness with all of those differences. So that's just what I wanted to add to this.
Thank you very much, Aina. I just want to take the opportunity at this point to quickly recognize, I know I saw him earlier, General Halilu Akilu and General Magoro, former might have served what we now know as Interior, but what was then known as Internal Affairs. Both of them are in the House. Thank you, both generals, for being with us.
Thank you very much. Let me also seize the opportunity to recognize the presence of Chief Chekwas Okorie, presidential candidate of the All Progressives Grand Alliance, ABGA, and also Hajia Hadiza Mohammed.
Vice presidential candidate.
Sorry? Okay. Hajia Hadiza Mohammed, vice presidential candidate, All Progressives Grand Alliance, ABGA. Please put your hands together for all of them. Was there an error there when I talked about Chief Chekwas Okorie as presidential candidate of ABGA? I'm correct? Thank you very much. I needed to clarify that. Okay, great. So, right, it is still an interactive session and we're trying to keep it as breezy as possible. Another member of the audience wants to weigh in on what's been said so far. Engineer Yabagi Yusuf Sani is the National Chairman, Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC. Please put your hands together for him as he takes the floor and, yes, makes his intervention. Thank you very much, sir.
The chairman of this very historic occasion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished panelists. I came late, but I don't think I missed a lot because I came in when the panelists were interrogating the issues. I want to, first of all, congratulate our father, President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida,
we're going to communicate.
The icon, the oracle. I think he fits into any human description that you can give as far as excellence is concerned.
Okay.
And the issues being discussed today, which borders largely on how we can get it right on this tortuous journey towards 2023, is germane and timely. If we recall what Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida did when he wanted to institutionalize politics, so that some of these infractions that we witness today in entrenching democracy would have been substantially minimized. He tried to identify the fact that you would need, in an environment like ours, to legislate, at least at the level of the structures of political parties, so that going forward, you will have the actors behaving within a certain normalcy. And that way, you probably get good governance, because you will have people that will behave themselves and give you the quality of leadership that is required. As the National Chairman of Inter-Party Advisory Council, representing all these political parties, that is 18 of us in Nigeria, I want to seize this opportunity to congratulate and recognize the compatriots that today are at the helm of our affairs of piloting the affairs of political parties today in Nigeria. Politics itself is management of crisis. So I do not believe that no matter how big the crisis may be, that it will be beyond the solutions and the administration and the management that the groups of the people you have today as political leaders, as chairmen of political parties, or even those who have stepped out to ask for your votes, because there is no other alternative really to democracy. Democracy is it. That is the only government that can give to the people, and the people who own it and use it for their own benefits. There's no other system of government that can give you that. I want to quickly also recognize the fact that some of the achievements of IDB is not only in the economic, in the political field, but really in the economic affairs of this country, especially what we are battling with today. I'm talking about the conundrum of corruption, which we call fuel subsidy. Babangida came out with a novel idea on how to treat, and perhaps would have squarely put the issue of subsidy where it belongs. Meaning that a government program that will only fuel productivity and will also take care of the weak. Because take it or leave it, the system of governance we have in this country that we must live with is a system of government that will be private sector driven. So the novel idea IBB came up with, which I had some input to, is the issue of two-tier system of selling petroleum products. And since that time, I've never seen anything that recognizes the role of the productive sector of the economy and channel incentives to that sector without undermining the interests of also the populace. We know that today, some of us in the political class, because the word politicians have been so bastardized, that I think we should begin to call ourselves those who belong to the political class.
You can? Okay.
Is that we have legislations today that are geared towards ensuring that we even surpass, not only meet our peers, that whenever we speak, we always we allude to them. 2223 electoral law, the one that is in the works, that is the establishment of the National Commission for Electoral Malpractices, and the effort of INEC at the innovative ideas that INEC is bringing into the process of election. I think Nigerians, especially people of this time, should be proud of themselves, because I'm sure we are going to get it right come 2023. All that is required is for all of us to believe in this country and believe that the system will deliver at the end of the day.
Thank you very much, sir.
So thank you.
Thank you for that very, very important contribution. Please a round of applause for him. Engineer Yabagi Yusuf Sani, the chairman, IPAC.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Now, in this gathering, we have a couple of presidential candidates and running mates. It will be remiss on our part if we don't give them a minute or two to weigh in on the issues. But we must stress, this is not a campaign ground. As you all know, the time for campaigning has not, officially started. But we'd like to, get your thoughts about the issues that have been placed on the table thus far today. I would like to get your perspectives. So let me begin by, inviting one gentleman that I'm sure when you hear his name, you'll have a smile on your face. Let me start with Ahmed Buhari. Okay, I don't see those smiles. Please put your hands together for Ahmed Buhari, Vice Presidential Candidate, African Democratic Congress, ADC. Please get the mic to him. You have 2 minutes, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Mr. Chairman, other excellencies here today, of course, our boss, Aisha Babangida, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here to celebrate our father, somebody who we all turn to when we want direction. And at an event like this, there's no gainsaying. He is truly one Nigeria worthy of celebration. Happy birthday, sir.
Cool, now.
2023 is fast approaching, definitely. The mood is already changing. And I have listened to some distinguished panelists speak about what they think could be the possible ways some of our problems can be mitigated. One of the things that really concerns some of the people I've heard is the discussion around ethnicity and religion as it affects our polity. Identification is a true problem, especially in a complex situation like Nigeria.
Yeah.
So what I think we can possibly start doing, and doing in all urgency, is to appreciate the use of data management systems. If we can adopt proper data management systems and run a system where we're not naturally identified by our names or where we come from. This is 2022 and we're still filling forms and you were being asked where we're from. What's your local government? You go to primary schools, they're trying to tell children they have to identify by states, further dividing them in their minds that they're different from the next kid that sits next to them. Kids in primary school are now asking if that uncle is a Muslim or a Christian, as opposed to whether his dad is friend or not. These proper data management systems will help us not just tackle the issue of identification, but also promote accountability, transparency, and efficiency that hopefully will give us good governance. And I cannot sit down without addressing some of the issues that have been spoken here today about some presidential candidates who have emerged as a result of those parties positioning them to scheme things alongside with maybe IPAC's negotiation when the elections draw closer. One thing is very significant here. If you run on a political party and you fail to identify through the process that indeed that political party is scheming to put somebody in place that is going to be a negotiating tool until you lost that election, then indeed bringing matters like that becomes very petty. On that note, I want to sincerely wish our father, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, many more years in good health and happiness and peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Please permit me to call on a man who actually has a military background. He's also a presidential candidate. Not to belabor the point, Major Al-Mustafa, I would like to get your, perspective on the issues that have been discussed here so far. And you have 2 minutes to do that, sir. Thank you very much.
I have a senior brother here whom I thought will be an offense for me to talk before him. And on a lighter note, I think you have discussed quite a lot. And let me say, today has been a day. I will give a meaning before I drop. The celebrant, distinguished visionary leader, a father, an elder statesman, the chairman of the occasion, and his wife, distinguished senior sons and daughters of Nigeria, particularly General Magoro and General Akilu, senators serving and retired, correction, former governors, senators or members of national and state assemblies here present, fellow brothers and sisters here present as candidates and running mates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, to me, it is an honor to be here. It is an honor indeed at this point in time for me to have emerged as a candidate of my own party, Action Alliance. And then on the second hand, the invitation to honor this occasion of a leader that we saw at work in peacetime and in crisis time. But let me say in a nutshell, that for the number of years some of us were exposed, seeing his work at a close range, we know he was a school to seniors and juniors. He was a school to many elders across Nigeria and indeed African leaders. Let me start with one tiny little one. I was virtually working hard to grow mustache at that age when in 1985, and I'm referring to the services rendered helpless by the likes of General Kulu in holding the country tight. Things were difficult. Everywhere was gloomy. But resilience and sheer style of real leadership kept him to close all aspects of fears or threats or anything that will disturb the entire country from knowing the true state of the country. He kept it himself with the support of the likes of such leaders that do not like to be talked about in public. General Akilu, I beg your pardon, sir. At that time, Nigeria was on the verge of catching fire in the true sense of it. One day, there was a meeting and we were privileged to have been part of those that accompanied members of National Security Council then. When President Babangida came out, he was visibly talking to himself. This is a moment I can never forget. It has a big meaning to me
If you start this,
in the sense that
there will be no end.
when
There
he
are
came
other
out,
candidates, yeah, that I
service
myself
chiefs of that time
If you
were
stop
already
it, you will
outside.
not- You won't stop it.
But soliloquy, indeed, he was saying, and I quote, he said, everything will sort itself by time. It was strange. That's why some of us, toddlers as we were, we had to climb that. It looked nothing to an ordinary person, but looking at the situation in Nigeria and looking at this sentence or this statement, it means so much. I went on research even as a toddler, only to discover something that most great nations worked upon in achieving greatness. That is to say, there is no end to possibilities in the life of man, in the life of nations. That statement is an open gate of knowledge that you cannot learn nowhere. Between rhetorics and academics and realism of threats or challenges of power management are two different worlds apart. It was up until he made that statement that I got to know numerous events about many countries that rose up to have become the greatest countries on earth. And I cannot thank him enough. Second was when at a later date or years after that event, another thing happened in Nigeria. The executive convener was a small lady who liked to take care and run around the presidency then, but didn't know what was going on. The president had another serious challenge. Lives were lost. All I'm trying to say here is the fact that he faced challenges in 1990, and may her soul rest in peace, the former First Lady, who from the events of that time that I do not want to go deep into, but drawing at the lesson I want to mention, is to say that the event of that time brought fear, direct, looking for lives. But then some of us were, in a way, God Almighty used in taking some risk that worked. Now, the civilians.
Sorry, you have a minute, sir. Thank you very much.
Either, if you say 2 minutes, I thought you were referring to African 2 minutes. The relevance of what I'm talking about, I think, are important for you to consider one more African minute. Now, finally, let me say that out of numerous events that had happened during his tenureship are exactly what all of you have summarized. That's all I'm trying to say. You have summarized his legacies, and most of you are going deeper into it, and you are looking at him differently. If his legacies were to be discussed in 1993, shortly before he left office, we wouldn't have gotten these details. Here is a country full of intellectuals who are in most cases totally robotic, seeing the left side of the person that is in power. That's all I'm trying to say. Now today, if President Babangida is to contest 2023 election, from the summaries you have all given from the guest speaker to the panelists, to all the speakers we have heard since morning, it shows he is much more needed now in Nigeria than before.
Fantastic.
And finally, that is to say, when Nigeria sit in retrospect, examine our flaws and achievements of yesterday, it is certain that will be the beginning for us realizing who we are. If there is no national retreat, we will not understand who we were. And one of the major challenges is the fact that there are too many actors in one particular scene and at a particular time. What you see is dust and rowdiness and no result or direction for us to see. I'm confident this country will be different. I'm confident the schools we have heard from him that we are celebrating today, I think there is so much from knowledge and wisdom that will drive us through. We are in Action Alliance, privileged to be here, but we know most of the legacies he left in office and from the tower of wisdom he occupies today, we are tapping from it, and we are sure that and many more that we have garnered will present in us the qualities required of Nigeria at this point in time. And finally, so that you wouldn't raise. In most cases, you used to hear countries like America giving Nigeria a certain period of time for the country to break. Let every intellectual open his brain and think deeper. All they are telling you is that by your actions, either in power or outside power, the elites are always in your sayings and actions, busy promoting causes of insurgency. But the resilience of the poor man, of him that is on the street, is actually what is keeping Nigeria. For example, the panelists as you are, how many of you, from whichever part of the country you are, pick telephone to call the other from the other side in discussing Nigeria's security, welfare, and well-being? You haven't, but you have accused leaders. And I'm sure you haven't. Most calls are from personal interest, not national interest, not Nigeria's unity, security. So if we have to keep Nigeria together, challenge leadership from the point of view of four things. When you are looking at Nigeria from home and from the international scene, Nigeria's security, economy, Nigeria's relevance, the word relevance and all it takes. And finally, Nigeria's participation within Committee of Nations regaining its own true state of power. So when we are pointing accusing fingers at some, we should also examine the other side before we pronounce.
Right.
I, on behalf of my party and the party leadership of Action Alliance, are conveying our birthday felicitations to the leader that, to me, saw it all. Tested, tried, survived, with full of knowledge. And one real thing he did was courage. The word courage of all qualities of leadership. And that's where, not only in Nigeria, but around the world, history has recorded numerous failures of leadership where the word courage is missing. Among qualities of leadership that we examine a particular leader with is the capacity to carry all alone, to demonstrate it, and to say it. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Very instructive words there from retired Major Mustafa. The question to everyone, whether you're a politician or an ordinary Nigerian, what legacies will you leave behind? At the end of the day, we're talking about a man who has left so much. As a matter of fact, the verdict is that history indeed will be kind, very kind to him. Thank you very much for that one. Please put your hands together one more time. Very quickly, you have some recognitions.
Yes, I do.
Right.
My microphone has a habit of going off when I want to speak and coming on when I'm speaking quietly. So I guess the people in charge should please help me watch that. Let's just quickly say that we have with us the governorship candidate of the PDP in Zamfara State, Dr. Dauda Lawal. Please, can we give him a round of applause? He's with us here.
Yes.
And then we have Nigeria's former Minister of Information, Mr. Labaran Maku. He's also here with us.
Please put your hands together for him.
It would be nice if we can see these people as we recognize them. I don't know if they're still with us. Where's Mr. Labaran Maku? Okay, there he is. There he is. Thank you. Very well noted. Thank you very much.
Okay, very quickly, since we're giving the floor, a minute or two to presidential candidates, let me quickly invite Chief Chekwa Sokore, presidential candidate of the All Progressives Grand Alliance. Thank you very much. Please hand him the mic. Yes.
Thank you very much. Standing on existing protocol, let me join others to congratulate President Ibrahim Babangida on his 81st birthday and pray for his many more years of sound health of mind and body. I would have simply said that the last submission of Professor Kingsley Morgan really captured what I had in mind to say, but I would just like to approach it from the same thing from my own perspective. And that is to say that one of the inspirations I get all the time when I remember the times of at the period General President Babangida was in power was his courage in taking decisions, sometimes very difficult decisions, and most times very audacious. And he was most times again politically realistic, unlike today, most of those we have in the field or ready to hit the field when INEC blows the whistle for commencement of campaign seem to all want to be politically correct. And so they don't touch the issue of restructuring even with a long spoon. But that is exactly where the All Progressive Grand Alliance is going to campaign its cardinal program. That is where we are going to anchor it. I remember very well, and everybody here will remember, that starting with the time of President Babangida, he invited such eminent development economists and financial experts like Dr. Chuokongu, Dr. Khalid Kakalo, and later on under President Jonathan, we had the likes of Dr. Konjiwala, Dr. Kuwumi Adeshina. We even have our own here, Professor Kingsley Morgan. All of this came with brilliant ideas, came with tremendous models to make Nigeria work. Comrade Oshomole also referred to the Presidential Economic Council set up by the President of Nigeria today, made up of very prominent Nigerian eggheads All of these models have failed to work. But meanwhile, these models, whether they're from China, Indonesia, or America, wherever name called, have worked in those countries. Why have they not worked in Nigeria? It's because the structure we have can never allow, no matter how good the model is, to function, to create development, to expand the economy. It can never work. And going through constitutional review is another waste of energy. Look at our present constitution we have. To make an amendment of any part of that constitution, especially the critical issues that bother us, is like going through the eye of the needle, the biblical camel passing through the eye of the needle. Here we've reached, the one that is on hand is to give local government autonomy. The National Assembly has passed it. We hear today that only 14 state assemblies have assented to it. Where will the other 10 come from? Obviously, that even that smaller aspect, local government autonomy, will not work. So what we say is when we have the privilege, whether as this ruling party or an alliance party, we are bringing to the table an immediate convocation of a national conference without no-go areas to discuss and agree by consensus how Nigeria will relate with one another. That's the only way we can regain our citizenship and our sense of belonging. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Okoye. Again, a number of perspectives in what Chief Okoye just said there. Let me quickly, because of our time, call our final speaker this evening. Prince Adewale Adebayo is the Social Democratic Party SDP presidential candidate. Is Prince Adebayo here? Please can someone get the microphone to him? Thank you. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Thank you. Your Excellencies, our amiable, gentle, former Vice President of Nigeria, Engineer, Architect Namadi Mohamed Sambo, he inspires me about how you can be gentle in power and very calm all the time. My sister, our Chief Executive, Aisha Mohammed Babangida, or Elu Aisha Babangida, my apologies. Other members of the Nigerian governing classes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry because I need to rush through the protocols, but Your Excellencies, former governors, all our leaders here, including my senior colleague, former minister, I just want to say this, that there are many, many perspectives to power. So if you gather political scientists, theories, academics, and you give them 20 days to talk about theories of powers, they will never be exhausted. But today, I think the theme for us should be the intersection of IBB political and leadership philosophy in power. What have we learned? If you lived through IBB's time, if you got to read about him, what have you learned? In perspective, when General Ibrahim Babangida took over 1985, I was 13 years old. And when he left power in 1993, I was just 21 in the university. And I've had reasons to interact with him, including last week. And regularly when I talk, he gets to know what, even the latest thing I forgot that I talked about, he will still remind me of it. So what have we learned? That's what I want to contribute. I don't want to talk too much about the problems of Nigeria. There are many. The only thing I can say is that if you want to know the problem of Nigeria, just look around this room. The problems of Nigeria are in this room. So everyone has one contribution or the other to the problems. And if you are looking at the solution to the problems of Nigeria, You can also look through this room, you will see people who have solutions. But IBB left power almost 30 years ago. So why are we still here talking about him? That's what we call legacy. Legacy takes time because things take time to mature. Things take time to make sense. And things make sense to different generations in different ways. But the few things I learned from that is that IBB was a youth when he took over power. And all these wonderful things he has done was done when he was a youth. So it breaks the myth that you have to be very old and tired before you can make sense in politics. It's not true. Secondly, that we are relating with him not only because of buildings such as the one we are in now, and bridges in Lagos and dualization of Kano roads, giving us a new, brand new federal capital, which if he didn't do, we will still be struggling with now. Because things he didn't do are the things we can't do now. If he didn't build Abuja, we'll still be talking about Abuja, the way we were talking about Jakarta, the way we were talking about aluminum smelter and all of those things. So whatever virtue he had in power, and whatever vices he had in power, the only reason why we can interrogate them is so that we can learn lessons from them. From the little I know about the general, he will take praises and criticism the same way. He doesn't care which one you bring. But the question is, what lesson have we learned? Because whatever errors he made, whatever he achieved, is no excuse for us to have a government after him that is worse than the one he ran. When we are interrogating any regime, any administration in Nigeria, there's no excuse for us, after that administration has left, for us not to consolidate where they got it right and learn lessons from where they got it wrong. And that is one lesson I have learned as a leader, that I will never make the same mistakes made by an earlier leader, and I will never spoil anything they have got right. If we take that, many of our problems will recede in the background. In many countries in the world, they make mistakes too, but they don't tend to repeat the mistakes all the time. 3, don't let us cry and read the book of Lamentations, as Solomon Dalon will say. When we are talking about Nigeria, any challenge we meet, at the time we meet it, is the challenge for the age. I am not saddened or burdened and annoyed that I met insecurity, I met poverty. As a leader, whatever challenge I meet that time is the challenge I am sent to come and solve. So we find solutions to them. We, for our generation and for the Social Democratic Party, we are not worried. We are not in despair. We have hope that these problems, when you give us the opportunity, we will solve the problems.
Thank you very much, Prince Adewale Adiba. Thank you so much. Yes, we have given you the...
Just give me a minute, please, because it is good to listen to those who might likely be the ruler of this country, so that we don't get confused about what they stand for.
Okay.
So what I'm saying... in
Future ruler, you have 60 seconds.
Thank you. Please, let me make it very clear, and it's very important, and every leader should learn this, that whatever is the crisis in Nigeria today, there is no national crisis of any dimension that you cannot resolve through General Babangida, because almost everybody in every sphere of life, academics, military, political, administrative, has a connection to him. And if we use that medium, there is no issue that we cannot resolve in this country. And that we should try as much as possible to raise leaders, youth or older people, whatever leaders, who will not be divisive, who will be leaders who unite the country, and that if you have that, because the problems we are crying about in this country, they pay to insignificance to the problems other countries are facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And once more, let's give a round of applause to all our speakers and all our panelists who have been part of this today. Let me quickly call on Dr. Chidi Amuta, if he's ready to give us the communique of this event, and from there, Prince Kasima Fegwa will give us the vote of thanks, and we'll be done. Dr. Amuta, do you have a microphone where you are? Or we need to get one to you? Okay, I'm told that you should come this way.
Thank you. Well, I don't need to go.
No, you need to come this way, I'm told.
Where is the too much light. Well, of all the assignments for today, I think my colleagues have embraced the more difficult tasks of summarizing Africa's democratic somersaults, as well as Nigeria's current struggles. So mine is very simple, and I'm not going to take your time. As a moderator, I'm not going to ask for extra time. Well, first, the signing of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill into law has far-reaching benefits and implications for the future of democracy in Nigeria. Number two, it's been underlined that the responsibility of ensuring free and fair elections is not only that of the government, but involves active citizen participation. Thirdly, it was observed that democracy is incrementally being eroded in Africa by progressive exclusion of significant segments of the populace. And this is reflected in the increasingly low voter turnout that we've witnessed in elections in recent past. However, it's also noted by participants and speakers alike that we need, instead of politics of exclusion, we need more inclusiveness, and in various areas, including, of course, gender inclusiveness. Very importantly, it was noted by speakers across board that INEC should devote more effort than it is doing at present to equip the electorate with the information and education required to make informed democratic choice or choices. There is also a need for a more robust cultural discussion on those threats that militate against democracy in our society. And only dialogues such as this will help to facilitate the journey of democracy. The factor of insecurity was elaborated upon, and it is the consensus that one of the factors leading to low voter turnout is the increasing fear of insecurity, but that the government requires a more inclusive strategy to remove all aspects of insecurity. It's not just the physical insecurity, but also economic insecurity. It was also observed that currently our politicians see politics mostly as a means of livelihood and not as an avenue for service to the public. Political parties need to do a more thorough job in order to alleviate the task of the judiciary in determining the outcomes of elections. There is a need for renewed investment in skill acquisition and general empowerment of the populace if we are to remove the insecurity that is militating against democracy. In general, the dialogue ended on a note of optimism as reflected in the contributions of both political party leaders and panelists and the general audience. And there is a great hope for democracy in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abuta. Before you scoot off the stage, let me invite Her Excellency Erelu Aisha Babangida to join us here on the stage for the photograph with the panelists. Okay, so we are done. We are done. We are done. Your Excellency, before you come up, we are done. And we want to thank our panel who has worked with us, Ngozi and I as moderators. I want to thank, of course, the audience, both physical and virtual, who have contributed to all of this. Thank you very much and good evening. Back to you, Eugenia. You have your microphone back about 4 hours after you give it to us.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, Mr. Chair, what an excellent discussion you had there with Ladi and Ngozi leading in moderation and a stellar cast of panelists doing what they know how to do best. Let's give a distinguished Abuja round of applause to this panel and the moderators who have done so very well. Well done, well done. And I want to believe that Erelu had been invited for a photograph with the panelists and the moderators. If you will step forward just in front of this table, it will be a good place to take the photographs. So you all just gather around here and Erelu will take the middle position so that will be a good photograph. Would like to respectfully invite the chairman of the occasion, sir, if you would oblige them by joining this photograph, sir. Thank you very much. Dominic, I'd like to invite Hajia to please come along with her husband. Your Excellency, ma'am. Dominic, please come up here. Thank you. Mr. Afebua, please join this picture. Enter. If we will do the ovation style by standing to the side, it will make the photograph more compact. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank you, sir. I'd like at this point to invite the Babangida family for a photograph with Mr. Chair. Aminu Mohammed, please step forward for a photograph. Your Excellency, a photograph with Erelu, Hajia, and thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. We appreciate this moment. I'd like at this point to ask you to be seated so that we can have some poetry rendition that has been prepared. And after that, which shouldn't take very long, we should bring this event to a close in the next 25 or so minutes. And therefore, now, after the poetry rendition, I'd like to crave the indulgence of Mr. Mohammed Babangida to note that he will be delivering the vote of thanks after the poetry rendition. I'd like to crave your indulgence. The young ladies, full of power in their tummies, are ready to perform. Dominic, you have the information. We're starting with Aisha Sambo. Aisha Sambo is a content person, and Dominic has her short 3-line biodata. There you go.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Aisha Sambo is a writer, creative, and director, supervisor at El Amin International School. Aisha is a writer, she's a creative and director. She's a supervisor at El Amin International School. Sabika Bello is a performance poet, leadership youth trainer and writer. Ruth Mahogany is a spoken word artist, creative director, BAT Media and Communications. Please, with a round of applause, let us welcome them.
So, you know, don't you see that it ended when the shoot? That's it. It would have planned on. No, and then them back after lunch. No, so we'll be talking to an empty hall. Oh, no, they would have been and they would have gone. They will go away.
The three of them are performing together. We need other microphones so that they can get this show on the road. These are some of Abuja's finest performance poets. So let's get other microphones so that this is done. I'd like to crave your indulgence that now that we have had lunch, please let's remain seated. This shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. And then we'll have the vote of thanks. Let's respect Mr. Mohammed Babangida, who will be delivering that. Mr. Chair, can I proceed, sir? Thank you very much.
A bloodline of silence swimming through the waters of history. I dare not move too fast, too loud, too close. I have inherited the chains that bind us to subjugation. I must learn that this is not our culture, that politics is not a woman's forte. This is not our game to play. It will take moving mountains and dancing constellations to add our voices to the national conversation, to seek political pursuits. The women before me have made sacrifices to the system of governance, and leadership does not belong to us. Leadership does not belong to us. Our knees will buckle at the weight of its responsibility. We cannot move through the waters. It is too tight, too raging. I am a woman, and this is not my dance floor. This is a battlefield only the warriors can fight in.
But sister, you forget that I, am more than one. That I, am a woman too. So, why do you forget so quickly? Have you forgotten that food is the heartbeat to a nation's stomach? Have you forgotten, dear sister?
Yeah, Basira. The women in Aba were warriors too. Yeah,
How
Basira.
can you forget that even Iya Basira is a warrior when she stirs her stew?
Yes.
The women from Aba were warriors too. So why so quick to forget? There is no doubt in my heart that women played a part in Baba IBB's reign. So as I stand here today, I ask you, dear leaders, what will you sort out to gain? I still hear their voices echoing through the voices of our youth today. Voices filled with rage, filled with anger, yet concern. Could it be that it is because we never experienced enough to learn to grow? Why? Where are all our grains? You invest today, tomorrow, no gain. Next thing you know, something go dey do me as if you don't touch my brain. Where are all our grains? It's like we're stuck between the decision about building a nation, feeding a nation, versus buying my second wife that house. Building a nation versus that Mercedes-Benz. Well, remember one thing about labels, they only matter if you let them stick. And while young people are surrounded by a glass wall, women are surrounded by a concrete one.
But we know we are tough enough to break it up. We are lionesses. We are fierce on the job. Like we are fierce when you touch our cubs. Fierce when we are out on a hunt. See, intellect belongs to us all. So from this trinity, I am here with a resolution. I am here to plant seeds for a revolution. Seeds whose germination are long overdue. But we are still here, so we should start a plantation. We three are here representing a whisper, a reminder that the true reality of our motherland is the welfare of the common man, is the potential of individuals, man or woman, that never goes to waste. We are a woman trinity representing a unity of purpose. For a divided land knows no growth. Who does Nigeria belong to if nobody cares?
What if we all choose to remain mediocre and nobody does? See, when we step out to the shores of our nation, nobody weighs us by the number of property or shares that we own, but by how well our nation averagely fares.
So let's get back to the drawing board and sketch new images that represent us all. Images that give human resources a chance to be explored.
There is right and there is left. There is right and there is wrong. And sometimes I know the difference might seem thin because you truly need to experiences to try to be able to dance to the song.
Now, experiences shape you. They might even make you, but never let them break you.
Remember, he said, the leader of the house can never be faulted. Let us remember our father and all that he really wanted. We can only try, work, hope, and pray that at the end of the day, the choices we make will shape and not break. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for Aisha Sambo, Ruth Mahogany, and Sabika Bello. Fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. I would like to now welcome Mohammed Babangida for the vote of thanks. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes up.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم the chairman of this occasion, dear father as well, Architect Namadi Sambo, the former vice president, and his lovely wife. My dear sister, the chief convener, my brother here, Aminu, members of the panel, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Babangida family, I'd like to thank you all most sincerely for taking time out to be here with us today, marking another very special occasion in sustaining the legacies of our father, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. He spent 8 years in government, and many years later, we're still talking about the tangible things that he has done, either in politics, economy, or any other sphere of the Nigerian development project. So thank you for spending your time with us today, and we look forward to seeing many more of such occasions by the grace of God. And may Allah, in His infinite mercy, continue to spare our lives long enough in good health, prosperity, and happiness. So thank you very much, and God bless us. Thank you. Thank you.
And so it is that Mr. Mohammed Babangida brought the 2022 IBB Legacy Dialogue Series to a close. Mr. Chairman, sir, and your lovely wife, the chief convener, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what a day we have had. Discourse on Africa, discourse on the nation, discourse on politics, discourse on the future and solutions. I've been working with a very genial gentleman.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It's been an amazing time working with you, and it's been an amazing time in this great, auspicious event. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Her Excellency Aisha Babangida. My name is Dominic E. Obozua, and I look forward to the 2023 edition of the IBBC Legacy Dialogue. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we also look forward to a peaceful 2023 elections. The ball has been set and it has started rolling, and would like to thank you for staying with us through the period of this discourse. It has been very ennobling to have you join us, sir, and to stay throughout the period by honoring the IBB Legacy Dialogue Series. My name is Eugenia Abu. It has been a pleasure to serve. I hear Mr. Afebua mention closing prayers. Mr. Afebua, who is doing the honors of the closing prayers? Can you provide that opportunity? So as we wait for Mr. Afebua to bring in the closing prayer moment for us, because we must close with God, and we are thankful that everything has gone very, very well. So the closing prayer is now going to be said. The gentleman approaches the podium, and as he comes, say, former governor of Plateau State, my friend's husband. Be careful, sir. It's good to see you again, Your Excellency. You're delivering the closing prayers. Media will take the national anthem after that. Thank you, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا هب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. So how are you doing?
Media, the national anthem. May we rise. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon of what is left. It's been a pleasure to serve.
Well, I think you're putting me on the spot by saying mention like 3 or 4 of our heroes. No, but I think one of the main reasons we're here today, I think we should just focus on our hero, which his birthday was last week. Hi, my name is Kingsley C. Obuku. I'm obviously Nigerian and I'm from Anambra State.
My name is Bright Jaja. I'm founder of I Create Africa and I'm from River State.
Yes, my name is Aisha Ojone Abu. I'm from Kogi State and I'm an environmental consultant. Yeah.
Which is was last week.
Yes.
Let's focus on him. I think he has been one of those remarkable heroes. One of those leaders in Nigeria that you can actually write home about. We have a term in Nigeria saying nothing to write home about or write home about. But in this case, it's actually one of those people that you can actually write home about. In the sense of his achievements in a short period of time. And the impact it has made over these years, he's made so much impact. I think going further into our conversation, I'm sure that we will touch some of those things. But yeah, let's just leave it at that for now. Let's mention that because there are countless of Nigerian heroes that have come. Countless. Mention like, will be affected to so many other.
That's why I didn't say that.
So let's that's why I said let's keep the focus on.
Fought and all of that. A lot of people have done a lot of things.
I mean, back to your king as well. Jaja will go exactly. I mean, back to your king.
Rest in peace. but like looking at all of this, right? I like the fact that you brought it down, which is what I was expecting you to do, to bring it down to the one.
Yeah.
That we can all agree is someone who has done a lot for Nigeria.
Yeah.
And
looking at the records.
Yeah, and looking at the records, because I mean, for us, we didn't even know these things.
Yeah.
I didn't know a lot of things till we had that meeting with him. I didn't know that he, I think almost 6 states that he actually created those states. I didn't know that. I mean, I knew he built the villa, but the International Conference Center. It's a long list, right? Which I think we're going to be talking about as we go forward. But I don't feel like he's been recognized enough when it comes to the things that he has done.
Yeah.
When it comes to like the structures that he put in place.
Yeah.
But for me, the most extraordinary thing, I'll let you guys talk about like all of those, things, mention those things. But for me, the most extraordinary thing is his leadership style.
Okay.
And some things that I did not know that I actually it was during this whole research process.